our listeners have an extremely special offer. You get a $500 new driver bonus after you complete 100 rides in 30 days. Go to lyft.com/Joey today. Go to lyft.com/Joey today to qualify for your $500 driver bonus.
I took a Lyft here. They could meet me.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, have Tom loads in the back, and you're making $500.
That's right, cocksucker.
That's better than that.
You can't lose.
This show is also brought to you by CISO. With CISO, you get unlimited access to CISO original series, next day late night, and in hilarious stand-up specials. Go to CISO, that's SEESO.com right now, and sign up for 1 month free with promo code Joey at checkout. That's CISO.com, promo code Joey at checkout to get 1 month for free.
Oh, shit.
You forget your man.
You wanted it, you got it. The Church of What's Happening Now. Monday, February 13th.
Always on the run.
Tremendous.
Destiny.
Song reminds me of getting drunk in high school.
Is a rising sun.
This song reminds me of stabbing a motherfucker. This song always wants to make me stab a motherfucker right here. This is what you put on before you go to war as you're driving there. That's right, with a grenade in your helmet. This is what you put on.
The gun make my final stand.
Church of What's Happening Now, motherfuckers. Lee Syat, Tom Rhodes. Here you go. Kick it, Lee.
Bad company. I can't deny.
Do your homework. One of the greatest bands fucking ever. All 4 or 5 albums, whatever they had. Bad Company, Shooting Star, fucking Desolation Angels, just tremendous music. That's why I'm turning you motherfuckers onto it.
Rebel souls, deserters we are called. Choose a girl.
What do you do after you eat? Just listen to a song. What are you gonna do? Roller skate? What are you gonna fight? Hang out with your friends? What are you gonna do? Drink coffee? Yeah. This song gets you fucking ready to go.
How old is this song?
It's from the 80s. This is early to left Chicago, 70s.
Is it?
Think about it. Wow. What's the song they put out before this? Cut it, Lee. What's the jam? Can't Get Enough of Your Love. That was their first real big commercial jam. I was a fucking kid. Put it in, Lee. Can't Get Enough of Your Love. You have to play the video, just Wikipedia, to see what year it came out.
Okay.
That's what I heard of fucking these motherfuckers. I've been listening to these guys since I had knickers on.
Yeah.
I didn't know who they were. I'm not
Still a classic rock staple.
Yeah. No. This came out around all the classic rock that you hear today comes from this era, that real. The 2 songs that stick out the most in my mind are this and BTO.
Taking care of business.
Every day. 74. This
Wow.
is Can't Get Enough of Your Love is 74. That album's got to be 73. That Bad Co. The Sky is Burning Sky, whatever that one album is brilliant. Shooting Star is fucking brilliant.
Love
But I
that
think
song.
they got one other one in there. And then Desolation Angels. And in the 8th grade, me, Dominic Special, a bunch of us went to see Bad Company.
Wow.
On the Desolation Angels tour at the Nassau Coliseum. And you remember one thing from every concert. What I remember was that the lights went pitch dark and he had glow-in-the-dark sticks. And he did a solo, and I thought my head was going to blow.
Wow.
You know, we had done some acid or something. So
I saw Prince on the 84 Purple Rain tour, and Sheila E. opened.
And Nucleus.
And that was her big thing. On the last song, the lights would go out,
Right.
and she had these glow-in-the-dark drumsticks. In 1984 technology, that was like watching, fucking, lasers split the moon or
that was one of
something.
the weirdest nights of my life. I got to write that in the book. I was at my friends. We started lifting, and on WPLJ, on one of those stations, they said, "Listen, late breaking news: Prince, Sheila E., and Nucleus are doing like the Ritz, one of those clubs in Manhattan." I didn't even wash my pussy. I just put jeans on. We put grease on our hair, and we shot into the city, and we got in. $15. We were in line for like 10 minutes. Nobody had really heard it. I don't know what had happened.
Right.
It got packed later on as Prince got on, but right before the movie had been out already.
How often will they do unannounced shows like that?
In New York, a lot. Everybody wanted to showcase in New York
That
on
makes
those
sense,
days. So
yeah.
let's say Eric Clapton was in New York. Dave Gilmour would show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you always had that type of shit.
Right.
In 78, I was a baby, but I heard that to warm up for the Miss You tour, the Stones were signing up like the Red Muskets. They would have a manager call the club and say, "Hey, you know who the Red Muskets are?" "No, we don't." "Listen, book them $300." And it was the Rolling Stones. So, you know, like in Nyack, New York, at the Cuckoo's Nest. I remember one time the Stones showed up at a bar up there somewhere. Don't quote me on Nyack, but they showed somewhere up there when I was a kid on like a Tuesday night. Can you imagine being at the bar watching a hockey game? And there's a band setting up at 10 and it's the Rolling Stones? Can you imagine that?
Is there an electrical outlet?
Yeah, that's it. That's what they did to warm up for the big arenas. That's a treat and a fucking half.
The first piece of music I ever bought, I bought the 45 for Miss You, the Stones, 78. I was fucking 12 years old. And the first concert I ever saw was the Rolling Stones, 1981. At the Tangerine Bowl in Orlando.
That was Tattoo You?
Yeah. I think the tour was called something like, what was the tour called? I forget.
I didn't see that.
But it was that.
I saw the one before.
Yeah, it was great.
That's crazy. They're still around, and you're talking these ages.
Hot in Orlando.
Sure.
Mick Jagger took a hose and had one of those like guns at the end of it, like gardeners use. And he sprayed the audience, and it was just like, you know, the Pope blessing people with holy water.
People would leave their fuck. Mick Jagger hit me with water. That's great. Go have another cocktail, fucko.
It says the Rolling Stones American Tour. Was it?
That was 81.
81.
Yeah. Tattoo You, you were right.
Tattoo You.
Yeah, Tattoo You.
50 million in ticket sales.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That was in 81, 50 million.
Roughly 3 million concert goers.
Wow. 50 million, 1981.
Wow.
Chop it up 5
You know
ways.
which Coke was in Florida in 1981? Yeah, those guys had a good time.
No, they really did have a
I remember they did two shows. I remember my Aunt Margie had flown down from D.C. My family's originally from D.C. And she was out late. I think she had maybe, I don't know what happened. They left their mark on the family.
Who else showed up one time? My first single was Hot Pants.
James Brown. Wow.
Maybe 1968, 69 in New York City. Me and Jasper Williams.
Wow.
Told my mom we were going to the bar, and we walked from like 127th Street on Broadway. I'll never forget this. Like maybe the record store was on 138. And those were murky waters in those days. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't a fucking... You were like the Warriors. Every block was a different gang chasing you who wanted to bum a nickel from you. It was fucking crazy, you know. New York City was dirty. I remember walking home with that single, being so fucking excited, getting all the way home, and I forgot the thing in the middle.
Oh, so you had to play it, and it was wobbly?
Yeah, it was wobbly and shit. Then you got to walk back to the record store and get the clip or the circle and look like a silencer. Remember they had the thing that you put in, it looked like a silencer?
Yeah.
You put a bunch of singles over it, it would just drop, so you would have like 10 45s with the thing, and after the 45 would drop. You never listened to the B-side either in those days. Very rarely would you fucking flip it over.
I'm a huge James Brown freak. I don't know if I ever told you, I opened up for James Brown.
Where?
At the Canocti Harbor Resort. It's on Clear Lake. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours north of San Francisco. This is like 96. And I grew up in the South. I started on
after he threw the beating and the cops chased him.
Yeah, man. He was older. He's an older man. He was in his 60s. He was still mesmerized. He had like a lime green jumpsuit, one piece. But he was still doing, and he had a little kind of a pop belt.
Did you ever see his performance from Kinshasa, Africa?
Oh my God! Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite films. Is the When We Were Kings, that Muhammad Ali documentary.
Did they have that on there?
Yeah, he performs, and he's got the mustache.
The mustache, the goatee. He's got the black suit on with the Godfather of Soul.
Yeah.
GSO, whatever, of his fucking shirt. But that was for one of them When We Were Kings. But they also have a documentary called Soul Power.
I haven't seen that.
And that's badass. That's on there. Them on there. James Brown, B.B. King singing Thriller's Gone in Africa.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Fucking the Funny All-Stars in Spanish.
Yeah, they just showed clips of that When We Were Kings.
Celia Cruz. It's fucking tremendous.
So I started out on the Southern circuits, and I remember I did a one-nighter in Augusta, Georgia, when James Brown was in prison. And after my gig, I drove my car to the edge of the prison, and I sat on the hood of my car smoking cigarettes, and I had James Brown's greatest hits on my cassette tape. And I remember just like brooding and smoking and looking at the prison like, how can they keep this genius locked up like an animal? You know, I'm like, whatever, fucking 18, 19. So years later, then I get to open up for him. And it was a phenomenal gig at this, small place, the Canocti Harbor, maybe 800 people, I'm guessing. And after the show, they said I could meet him. And I declined because James Brown meant so much to me that I didn't want to destroy. Who knows what would happen if I went backstage and like he's an old man in his underwear, and then I accidentally see through his pee hole on his boxer shorts, and he's got some weird old guy shriveled up dick or something, and then whenever I would hear his music, maybe he's got his wig on a hanger. Who knows what? Now that he's dead, it's one of my regrets in life that I didn't go back and meet him, but I opened for him.
I think you made the right choice. I don't know.
What do you think? I mean, the guy was and he still is. I still listen to James Brown all the time.
How disappointing is that when you're in love with somebody or you look up to somebody and you meet them and they're completely different?
Well, I mean, that's it. You got to protect like things that you hold sacred in life. Like I remember once in New York City, I was on an elevator with Lou Reed, and I love Lou Reed so much. I didn't say a fucking word to the guy. What am I going to say to Lou Reed?
I'm the same way. When I see people I admire, I don't say dick. I'm embarrassed. I can't ask them for a fucking picture.
Yeah, and I never ask for pictures.
I look at people and I wave and I say, how you doing? And that's the extent. Or sometimes I just don't say anything because if they don't answer me back, then I'll be disappointed. I know they're a dick. They can't even say hello.
Yeah. I met Tom Waits once, and I kind of embarrassed myself.
Were you drinking?
Well, it's I've told the story on stage, so I had met Lars Ulrich, the drummer from Metallica, a few years before, and ended up back at his place in Tiburon doing a bunch of cocaine, and he had a bar. He had a bar party room, and on top of his bar, most unbelievable view of San Francisco I've ever seen in my life, from Tiburon, his mansion. And on top of his bar, he had a mound of cocaine underneath a glass cake cover. And this was rock star cocaine. This was not the yellow shit that smells like gasoline that I've read about. So we're doing all this coke, and he's got a jukebox, and on the jukebox, he's got tons of Lynyrd Skynyrd on it. So Lynyrd Skynyrd's from Florida. I grew up in Florida. I'm like, dude, you like Skynyrd? I'm from Florida. I love Skynyrd. Dude gets all serious. Apparently, he's like the biggest Lynyrd Skynyrd fan in the world. Takes me into his movie theater room, and he had these bootleg VHS tapes of Lynyrd Skynyrd in 1973 in Birmingham, Alabama, just ripping ass. Fucking phenomenal. So here I am, coke out of my skull, 4 o'clock in the morning, watching Lynyrd Skynyrd videos with Lars Ulrich. So 2 years later, I'm headlining at the Punchline in San Francisco. I'm doing 9 o'clock shows, and then Dave Chappelle's doing midnight shows. Chappelle's an old friend of mine, asks me if I'll stay and open for his show. So I got like 10 minutes left on my show, and Tom Waits and Lars Ulrich walk in together, and they sit at the center back couch. And one of the greatest achievements of my career was seeing Tom Waits laugh at some of my shit, So my show ends, audience leaves, Chappelle's audience comes in, and then it's just like a few minutes before the show's about to start. And I'm standing by the door. You've been in the Punchline. There's a small little
great.
One of my
we talked about on the phone last week.
Yeah, so I'm standing by the door, waiting to be introduced. The show's about to start, and Lars Ulrich walks over to me and he goes, "Hey, man, you came to my house a few years ago, and we watched Leonard Skinner videos all night." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, that's cool. You remember?" He goes, "You gotta meet Tom." Holy fuck! Tom Waits, my all-time hero in life. It's 8 steps from the door where I'm standing to the table where he's sitting, and every step I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, I'm about to meet Tom Waits. Oh my God, I'm about to meet Tom Waits." So we get to the table, and Lars Ulrich introduces me, and he goes, "This guy came to my house a few years ago, and we watched Leonard Skinner videos all night." And as I'm shaking Tom Waits' hand, I go, "I love Skinner." And the fucking lights went out, and the show started, and I never got to say another word to the guy. My one and only sentence to my all-time hero was, "I love Skinner."
I can't believe that the drummer from Metallica loves Leonard Skinner.
He loves Leonard
I
Skinner.
see the lineage now. I see why they rock like they do Metallica.
Lars Ulrich is a phenomenal. I love that
I've
guy.
never met him. I think he's a phenomenal drummer. Dean Delray played some of his tracks last week, the new album. They're still rocking.
Yeah.
They still got hearts of fucking lions, you know. I get high sometimes. Like sometimes at night I can't sleep, and it's free time. It's my free time. I go on the computer and I put a notebook out, but I really don't write. And I'll go through 10 Leonard Skinner videos and just cry. I'll just cry.
Why? Think about what happened to them?
No, I think there's one video that in the middle of it, I always cry because I think that style and that something will never happen again in music. Like one of my favorite videos on YouTube that I watch 3 or 4 times a week is the Allman Brothers live from the Beacon 73 Whipping Post.
Jesus.
It is one of the most brilliant pieces of music that I've ever seen in my life. You know, and they're white trash. Let's get to it. These guys are white trash.
And that's why I love them.
And that's why I love them. It was, you know, they talk about, in my world, they talk about all these great accomplishments that people do. I null and void them. I compare it to the Allman Brothers at the beach. Yeah, I really do.
What's your favorite Allman Brothers song?
That one. I mean,
I
love Sweet Melissa. I love it.
I like Dreams.
I like Dreams, but
put myself out of bed.
Just something about that style of music makes my fucking heart pump and want to slice somebody's throat and shit. Yeah. Then you put Leonard Skinner in. You know, who? I mean, you're an intelligent guy, Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner, whatever your fucking name is, Tom Rhodes. You're an intelligent guy. Whiskey bottles, brand new car. Oak tree in my way. Let's just break that down. So I'm sitting there one morning doing a line of coke. You know, he wrote that about his brother. He wrote that about one of the band members, you know, that the guy was out of control. Whiskey bottles, brand new car, oak tree in my way. That's what addicts say. What happened last night? Oak tree got in my way.
And jumped into the road.
He jumped into the road. Jesus Christ, you told out another car? Like, I guess that he wrote that because the guy had just kept tolling cars. Like, you know, either his brother or one of the guys. But think of that lyric alone.
I think it's interesting. The Leonard Skinner had 3 steps. Give me 3 steps.
Oh, my God.
And then the Allman Brothers had, forget the song, but I think it's interesting that both of those Southern bands had a song about getting caught with another man's lady.
Oh, I love that.
What's the Allman Brothers song, Liggins?
Might be your man. I don't know. There's a live version of it. At the beginning of it just drives you crazy. Like, they're so good. And I sit there and I make believe it's 1973. So I don't have a cell phone. I don't have nothing I'm worried about. It was when America was America.
Right.
When you went out and really enjoyed yourself for what it was. You weren't on the phone. You didn't take pictures of the band. To sit there and you know why? Because you got mesmerized. Even me, and as an adult at 54, I watched that Allman Brothers thing. And I'm still mesmerized, even though I've seen it 80,000 times.
Yeah.
And the weird thing, I think that's a really cool point you just brought up, because it's not like you didn't take pictures. You couldn't, like, unless you brought like a film camera. There wasn't even the option. It wasn't like
the camera would have been too big. You'd have to hold it on your shoulder.
Right. And it's not like you feel like you're missing out.
Well, in those days, there was one person, there was one perpetrator that me and Tom Rhodes supported, because that's the way life was. And it was the bootlegger. Every city in America had an album store. And in the back of the album store, they had nothing but bootlegs. And every time you spent money on them, it was a 50-50 shot. There was a money-back guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
It was a guy with a long jacket and a tape recorder.
Okay.
That went into a concert and taped it.
Yeah, it was always, they'd say, like if it was like trying to make the bootleg sound like it was good quality, it was taped off the boards.
Yeah. Like, dog, this was taped off the boards. My man knew a guy at the Garden. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that shit. I still remember buying Bonzo's birthday party. Like,
what is Bonzo's birthday party?
It was Bonham's birthday party in New York one year. God awful. It was god awful. It was unlistenable. It cost me a $5 lesson.
Wow.
Now, when somebody had a bootleg that was good, I'd ask them to put it on cassette for me, and I'd give them $3 or $4. Why fuck around? I never took that chance again. That was the only thing that people did. And at the end, even the concerts in the early 80s, people weren't putting up lighters. That shit happened later.
Not even lighters? I thought lighters was always going to be
No. It was like somebody made fun of it, and then it became a thing.
Then it became a thing, and then now they put their cell phones up like fucking half a fags. So
Jesus Christ. I saw my favorite place in Amsterdam is the Paradiso. It's like a 14th century church that's now a concert venue. Everybody's played there. The Stones, anybody you can think of. So when I was living there, Jane's Addiction played, and I love Jane's Addiction. And so I got there early, and I remember I didn't eat anything, I didn't drink anything, I sat through some poser punk rock band from New York who opened up for them. Like, I was like, right, my chest is like, I'm like against the stage and everything. And I didn't eat, I didn't drink anything because I wanted to stay there in the front for the whole show. And some guy who's in the front, he's taken 1,000 photos of Perry Farrell. I'm right underneath the mic stand. And it's like the guy had taken so many photos on his cell phone. I finally turned to him and I go, dude, I think you got it. He just couldn't believe he was so close to him. And he just keeps taking pictures. And Perry Farrell was so whacked out of his skull on drugs that night. He could only hum or you go like either hum or go la 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 la. He just didn't. He had no idea what song he was doing. You could have stuck your tongue out and caught a drop of his sweat and been high for days.
Till this day, I was a fucking addict and a half. I think a year into comedy, not even, it was St. Patty's Day, and to be a cool MC, I bought a gram of blow to turn the headliner on in the feature, to be a cool MC. I did 2 bumps before I went up. And I learned the hardest lesson in this life, that you cannot do powder and go on stage.
That's the worst thing in the world. Your mouth gets all dry and your nose is twitching.
So I learned a valuable lesson that night. And then it was to the point where I knew that if I got high the night before, I wouldn't have a good set. Like if I got high 2 nights in a row, the weekend was done.
Yeah.
It was just going to be material with no heart to it. It was just a tape recorder.
I remember Mitch Hedberg and I had co-headlined in Houston at the Laugh Stop a few times. And that's where I met you, was at the Laugh Stop. And you remember, I think we talked about this on your show.
Yeah.
Houston, Texas has some of the purest cocaine available in America. And I just remember just days hitting it hard with Hedberg. And that's where I learned, because we would sleep all day and then, do the show at night. And I remember that's where I learned that it's Texas state law that after 3 days of having the do not disturb sign on your door, they have to come check on you to make sure you're not dead.
Unless what about if you go to the front desk and go, I'm not dead.
I don't even
nobody in my room. I don't know in my room, right? You get knocked for fucking 10 years. If I know it's you, I never, I play a hotel safe. If you call the hotel room, you're not going to get, I don't answer hotel phones.
Yeah, I don't anymore.
I
Either.
don't open up the door either. There's a disturb sign. I don't open the door. I don't answer the phone.
You do like I do. You put the do not disturb the moment you get there and never take it off.
Fucking minute. Yeah. The minute. If it's got the button you press, I hit the light. I don't even ask for towels. I'm like a cheap hotel guy because on Saturday I still got 2 towels left. Use the towels, Joey. What the fuck? Then I use the towels like on Friday, but I hoard the towels and I use the same washcloth. You're in a fucking hotel. They put you in a nice hotel. Take the amenities. But I'm such an old school fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Did you guys ever stay? I'm sure you did, but like in like a drug hotel where like every room is doing like, what is that like? Where you can just hear it and like.
Where you can hear the crack pipes chirping like crickets.
Can you really? I've never.
No, I remember I stayed in some shady Motel 6s along the highway and stuff.
What was the shadiest hotel you stayed at? That you didn't fear for your life, but you feared for your life. You know those hotels where you don't fear for your life, but you fear for your life, especially if you do a couple bumps and sit in your room and you get like somebody yelling and shit. And you're like,
yeah,
what did I get myself into? I'm gonna finish this package before the cops get here.
I remember. Well, it wasn't shady, but I just remember I was in Reno a couple years ago, and I could hear this. Reno's a rough city, man. You got people, homemade knuckle tattoos and the big crystal meth town. And some guy's arguing with his girlfriend or whatever, wife or whoever in the next room, And I remember thinking to myself, if that guy, and it sounded like it was, it was on the verge of, some very serious shit happening in the next room. And I remember thinking to myself, if that guy gets that chainsaw started, I'm going to have to call his desk.
The worst hotel ever for me where there were drugs. And listen, I used it to my advantage. I'm not going to lie, nobody. It was 2 particular hotels where I feared for my life, but I also enjoyed it at the same time. We used to do this gig, Reed Moreno used to book from 97 to about 99. Paid $150. You took off from either LAX or Burbank. You didn't care. And they flew you into Tucson. They picked you up Wednesday afternoon. No radio, no nothing. The name of the club was Bugsies. All right? And to get in, if you brought a bug, they let you in on fucking Wednesday.
What? Seriously?
This was
a live bug?
A large bug. Now, it was owned by a woman. But her 3 Gorilla Magilla Mexican fucking mobsters controlled that bar. So 3 comics, he would fly down 3 comics. Everybody did 30 minutes, and everybody got $150. The hotel was a fucking nightmare. All right, yells, screams, cops, crack holes, people knocking on your door asking you got a lighter and rolling papers, checking out your room to see if the PCR disturbs. Oh no, it was a fucking nightmare. One night a girl knocked on my door like, hi, I'm looking to see if you had any beers. And the whole time I'm looking at her eyes and she's trying to look around me to see if the TV was locked in still. And all those hotels, the TVs were bolted on, fucking well.
side reptilians are all friends with Satan, whatever. They're all just
reptiles, and they've been here for a long time, and they just manipulated humanity as much as they can to try and make sure that they can carry out this genocide and of the human race and turn this entire planet into a sand zone, so that they can, reptiles love sand. So one of the things they're doing for desertification is they've hired Elon Musk and many other companies to create all of these satellites, which broadcast down 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, all these frequencies. And what they're doing is they're energizing the world, and they're using this technology.
Yo, dog. How you living, pimp? What up? Yo.
Green lawn area, if you remember. So we had done mushrooms one night, Hedberg and I.
Yo. How are you? I hope you're well. Can you hear me? A slow DK. How are you, big dog? Just one moment. You're good. Doug, how long have you been in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Nino? Okay. So has that allowed you to do pretty well?
Not really. I only have 75,000 left.
All right.
Coins, not dollars.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Just one moment.
Is that me that's echoing?
No, that's just one moment.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. No, it's my fault. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. No, hold on. Sorry. I'll just shut this off. So I've been streaming my life in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram for more than a year.
I probably saw you like 10 months ago in there a couple times. I haven't really kept up with much to everything.
That's okay. I'm so
But
glad.
how did you know I had the coin?
You have a Sproto.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
You're good. It's a very nice Sproto. That's a nice investment. All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know absolutely everyone in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community, so I'm going to give you my spiel, okay? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. I'm live right now on 8 different YouTube streams simultaneously. You're live on 33 different platforms, including Twitter, Telegram, Discord, Instagram. You are live on Rumble. You are live on YouTube, YouNow. And let me name the other ones. Just one moment. If you're wondering, Rabbi, where can I see all of these? If you've ever had the opportunity to explore this Discord, you can see it's huge. It has over 500 different VCs. You can check out whatever you want. The other platforms that are more esoteric and with which you may not have familiarity are Arena TV, FC2 Live, Odyssey, Vault, Trovo, Breakers.tv, YouNow, DLive, Nono Live, Nemo TV, Loco.tv, YY. So if you're interested in any of these, you can look below under the platform section, click on the chat on any of these, and you'll find a little bit more information generally. Uh, Additionally, in addition to streaming my life all the time, this has a purpose. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore. In addition to world peace, we do what we can to inject discussions on ending world hunger as well, through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through cloud seeding, and ending world thirst perhaps through desalination plants where you take water from the oceans and make it potable for people on land. Also, life straws and digging of wells. The Harry Potter Obama Sound 10 Inu coin, you may be aware, has already built some wells in Africa. This is essentially the biggest event in global history. It's a time capsule for society. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Everyone on Earth is going to want to be connected to this. Bill Gates in the 1990s stated that content is king, and The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than gold, than air, than petroleum. Thus, if those previous things are correct, perhaps this data, which is human data, which is very valuable to AI, might be important for society. With that, that's a little introduction. A slow decay. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I saw that movie when I was a kid. I liked it. I think it was okay.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what this is. It's the ability for people of the world to be able to follow someone's life 24/7, 365. Always have a connection with people. Always have the ability to tell someone about your day or listen about their day. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, you're pretty confident this is going to really blow up. In addition to all the other stuff that I do, I have 4 robots that I'm going to show you that essentially dominate a platform known as Kick. Have you ever heard of Kick, a slow decay?
Yeah, I saw it. That's how I found your Discord link.
No way. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I don't know if you remember everywhere that you put the link.
No,
I
it's
saw you in a couple different. Or if it was somebody else.
no, those were my bots. So here, I'm going to show you how they work. So firstly, sometimes there's the 18 mature warning. Sometimes it has to click through these. So if you notice, the pointer just moved and it will now find the follow button. And if you didn't know, these are very smart bots. Obviously, I mean, they worked enough to get you in here. And that's wild that normally I'm on Telegram, but you didn't find out from me on Telegram in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu space. You found out about me from these kickbots. So now if you're wondering what are these kickbots doing, essentially what they'll do is they will create a clip of what just previously occurred, and then they will spam. This device over here is creating a new account. You're going to see it just created a new account, and it's going to close a couple of tabs. It's going to get to the front page. What it has to do first is get the little link that I usually spam. I store that in Notebook. This is all automated. You can see my hands are just holding the camera. And what it's going to do, it goes to the front page of Kick. It's going to adjust the zoom. I need it to be a certain size in order for it to work correctly. And then it just finds everyone who's just chatting on the front page. And it's going to open the link in a new tab, or pardon me, in a new window. In just a moment, you'll see this occur. You'll see that pink pointer move down the page, right click, open in a new window. We have it now in a new window. What you will see here is the bot recognize that there's this overlay that says you must be 18 years old. It's very smart. It knows where it's supposed to click. And even if the button moves, it knows because it has image identification technology. So it knows exactly where it needs to click. The next thing you're going to see it do is press this follow button. It just did that. It's following the person. Then you're going to see it create a clip of the individual. And what is devastating about the creation of clips for these people, normally if I spam someone, their moderators can take care of the deletion and banning of me, but there's no way to stop me from making clips. So I'm able to create a clip and I'm able to put my link in there, Rabbi Rothschild, discord.gg / and then all the other stuff. And then what it does is also forces the creator to delete it should they not want those clips there. So that means not only am I making a connection with their audience, but also that direct creator. It also may send them an email or send them a push notification. So these are a lot of impressions that I make on people. Then what it's going to do after publishing this link is it will spam them 13 times and then move on to the next person. That's what it does.
That's really cool. Did you make that with Python or something?
I actually just use a macro software, and I just had to program the macro software.
That's cool as hell.
I appreciate it. So I've got 4 of these going at any given time, and I'm taking over the world because of it. I can tell you that on a daily basis, random people come in here and they're like, "Hey, Rabbi, will you do an interview or will you do a podcast?" So you can find in this Discord, I have different podcasts that I've done, different interviews. The key is clicking on the chat. So you're going to be like, "Wow, there are a lot of VCs here, but there aren't that many people in them." If you build it, they will come. Eventually, all of those spots will be taken. This will be the busiest Discord in the history of Discord. I have no doubt about that. We just got to get the word out regarding how much content I have and how exciting this is. Welcome, Jacob El Diablo. How are you? I hope you're well. Hey, Jacob. I know who that is. How you doing, dog? Welcome. So we have a slow decay here, and we have my friend Jacob. So Jacob is a friend of mine from YouTube. Jacob was a fan on YouTube, and actually he knows all about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. He doesn't get into cryptocurrency, but he knows what it is. And then surprisingly, Jacob, a slow decay, knows about me from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, but that's not how they got into this Discord. They got into this Discord by my Kickbot. Jacob, had I made my Kickbot when we last spoke? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you made the Kickbot.
Excellent. So it is making moves. As I just said, on a given basis, I might get 2 or 3 pretty big streamers to come in here and ask me to do an AMA or do some kind of like to host trivia or to just talk to them. So that's been really good and quite exciting. I'm really glad that you're here, Jacob, and I'm also really glad that you're here at Slow Decay. As you both probably know at this point, I watch a lot of podcasts, a lot of Joe Rogan, Joey Diaz, and that's what I do. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I've also started an AMA on Reddit that's going to take over the world. It's already got like 300 questions that I've answered, and they're really good questions. They're like, "Hey, Rabbi, name 100 different ways that people can travel faster than the speed of light." And so I look it up in ChatGPT, and it'll give you like wormholes, and it will give you like force fields, and it will give you like hyperdrive, and it will give you plasma engines, and it will give you like all kinds of different ways. So check it out if you're wondering where is that. It's in this Discord. If you just look under my AMA part, you'll be able to see it there. And check out the Discord. There's a lot going on here. Certainly, if you have the opportunity, press the chat button on any of the VCs below, and generally they're going to have more information. I have information on postmodern orthodoxy below. I have information on music, genres. I have information on gaming. I have information from Reddit. This is a cool thing that I have. Basically, I have like a spider. It's really just like an RSS feed that crawls Reddit and every 10 minutes gets updated. So I have these aggregated to certain categories. So you'll see the top pages of Reddit, which is like the top 20 different things going on Reddit right now. You can find information on sports. You can find information on anime. You can find information on art and different platforms. So there's a lot going on in this Discord, and I'm glad that you guys are here.
I actually stopped using ChatGPT, and I've certainly
You've started to use what?
Perplexity.
What is
It's like almost the same as ChatGPT, except it's free.
Oh, okay. Well, ChatGPT is generally free too.
Perplexity.
After a while, it's out.
That's
Yeah, after a while, it actually starts charging you.
okay.
It
So
wants you to buy into it, which is awkward.
So what you can do is just log out. If you log out of your account, you can ask it unlimited questions, basically just using an incognito menu. You go to ChatGPT, you don't have to log in anymore, and you can just ask it as many questions as you want. But Perplexity,
I use Perplexity.
I'll check it out.
It's actually really cool. It's like the same thing as ChatGPT. Literally the same thing.
Is it still censored?
I censored.
Well, you can there's some things that ChatGPT won't discuss. Like to my knowledge, like ChatGPT won't write like erotica.
Well, I suppose
Okay, so it's similar, but it doesn't advertise itself.
If you wanted to build EMP, it won't tell you how to, but if you ask, how is the EMP made? It's all about how you ask it, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, it'll tell you that.
Absolutely. Well, very cool. I'll have to check it out. I'll play around with it. Does it have an app?
Yes,
Excellent. Very well. Very cool. How have things been for you, Jacob? How's your new dog? A slow decay. Are you having trouble hearing Jacob?
Yeah, his connection keeps like robot sounding.
Okay. No huge issue, Jacob. Just we're making you aware we can't hear everything that you're saying. I know you're out in the country though. Hey, there he is. Looking cool as ever. It went. Your camera was on for a second, and now I can't see your camera.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you though. That's okay.
Is that a lot better than before?
Seemingly, let's see how it goes. So, how is your new dog?
He's awesome. He likes chewing walls.
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, I his class to work too. He was really not doing the entire driving. Where I can poke my finger into that driveway.
Oh wow, he's really gets in there. Last we spoke, you had sent an important. Last we spoke, you had sent an important email to Louisville. How'd that go?
I haven't heard anything back yet.
Okay, you can always have a follow-up email, and that doesn't hurt. Just to say, hey, I don't know if this passed you by, but I'd like a response.
For all the tribulations that happened recently, it's kind of easy to kind of overlook emails or dismiss them as spam.
There's that too. Absolutely. That's why you can always send a follow up and just see, and you just keep on the mission if it's important to you. What is your dog's name? One more time. Oliver. That's right. Oliver. Very cool. Excellent. Why'd you choose Oliver for the little wall eater?
You gotta see this shit.
Oh, your camera went down again. A Slow Decay, are you a streamer on Kick?
I guess, but not really. Sometimes I just stream myself in my room.
Okay.
And then the other day, like I was trying to get this thing to work. Basically, it's like a show dance style thing I was building. I wanted to. It's way above my ability after I dug into it, but it works kind of.
Very cool.
Like basically a full internet scan type thing, and it like rips the headers and SSL certificates and stuff. But I'm not going to be able to make a business like Showdown.
I got you. Jacob, we are unable to see what. If you're showing us something, we're unable to see it. A Slow Decay, who are your favorite streamers on Kick?
Well, I don't really watch people. The only one I really watched, the one that I saw you in, that made the vibe, was this guy. I don't even know what his Kick channel is now, but it used to be Nate Smokes. I don't know if you probably don't know. He's like a political streamer.
No, I don't.
He went to the RNC in Milwaukee. That's what I was watching.
Sure.
And he was like filming the protesters, and that's what I was watching. So.
Phenomenal. Wow. Yeah, my bots spam indiscriminately, so because of that, I can't tell you exactly who that person is necessarily. But I'm glad that they did because it got you in here, which is phenomenal.
I can hear you guys a hell of a lot better.
Okay, you can hear us better. We could not hear you for the last 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, my phone kind of has issues inside my home. For some reason, there's gang zones in my house.
I understand. This is a huge pet peeve of mine, not with you, but just with connectivity in general. I can't stand that. You can be in one part of your house and have 3 bars, and then, another part of your house and have no connectivity. It's ridiculous.
It's like down my fucking bed. I have to lean over to the left sometimes, and all of a sudden I have to put over to the right.
Isn't that strange? I agree. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Major time.
For sure. Especially when you're in the middle of something, all of a sudden you got toward your body to fucking get connectivity.
That's absolutely true. All right, friends. Well, if you didn't know, we're in the middle of a Joey Diaz marathon. If you don't know who Joey Diaz is, he is a stand-up comedian born in Cuba from New Jersey, and he had a podcast known as The Church of What's Happening Now. It's very crass. It's very raw, but it's pretty funny. So with that, if you have any questions you want to talk, I'm here. I'm gonna turn on. I gotta let my cell phone charge a little bit, so just bear with me.
Been like the 2 years, and then he starts headlining you on the holidays, right? He headlines you the 4th of July weekend. He headlines you Valentine's Day.
With when Lisa like kind of first met.
Oh yeah, the documentary.
Yeah, this shit was awesome.
Dog, we're gonna watch it right now.
Well, I'm actually gonna go. But,
Okay, well then we're not.
I'll ask you a different time.
We'll watch next time you're here. We'll watch it. Is that okay?
Yeah. I'm working right now. I'm going through these books. You made that buy. I'm not at that ability yet, but I'm gonna learn all this shit.
Oh yeah,
Working on stuff.
that's amazing.
Like I made the Sproto bot on Twitter that tweets when a Sproto gets sold. It's called Sproto bot at Sproto bot. And my name's different on Twitter. It's 3 a.m. Gardner. I made that in Python, but that's about the limit of my abilities. So I'm trying to learn more.
Dog,
So
I could teach you the software in 5 minutes. It's very easy. If you just download something, it's called JitBit Macro Recorder. It just records what your mouse does over a given time. So long as you have a redundant or a repetitive task that you have to do, you just program it and it will do anything you need.
That's awesome. I'll bookmark. I just looked it up. I'll bookmark it and look at that later.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's wonderful software.
It was good meeting you. I'm going to go now.
Absolutely. A slow decay. You should know I'm always live in here. Oops, sorry. Just one moment. Just one moment. A slow decay. A slow decay. Wait. Hold on a second. Sorry, my phone. As I was saying, my phone was going to die, and it just did. But you should know that I'm live 24/7. So if you're ever in Discord and bored, come here and chill and just say hi.
All right.
We have people who check in a few times a day. We have people who check in just once a day. We have people who sleep here all night. Believe it or not, we have a friend of ours who will be returning from a trip in a couple weeks, and we're excited for them to return. So basically, like, got a bunch of people who pop in here at any given time. So feel free to be comfortable, okay?
All right. Thanks.
Take care. Pleasure to meet you.
All right.
Peace.
Comedy store lawyer. I mean, I had a lot of drama at the store, like that type of shit. But Mitzi loves that shit. That's Mitzi's world.
People leave jobs because they don't like coworkers. It's amazing. All these stories I hear about comedians, it's amazing that more of you just don't. It's amazing that as many of you survive that do. Like, I don't get. To me, like, you must.
There's a lot that didn't make it.
Bro, there's a lot
that didn't make it.
I get
Jesus Christ, why do you think I'm over here fucking confused? Because I stuck with it for 20 years just at the store. I've been doing it for 26, 27 this year, hopefully. But think about it. I never did nothing good. I sold drugs.
I was in the
That was the only thing I was good at. That's the only longevity I had. From 16 to fucking, to 10 years ago. I knew how to make a buck flipping coke and stomping it.
We're still giving out the Joey Diaz award to drug dealers back in New York, right?
But no, when I first started comedy, you gotta consider how many nights I was fiending coke until some sucker came up to me and said, "You know what it is, an 8-ball?" And you're like, "Jesus, there is a God up in the sky." And you're like, I can get an 8-ball for $180, but I'll charge you $240. I'll buy a gram from him. I'll get a fucking bump from him, and I'll get a half gram from this bitch. That's a party for a guy like me in those days. That's Miami Vice type money. I didn't have big expectations. As long as I had $20 cash and like a gram and a half of coke in those days, I was good. I didn't need a penthouse or a boat. I didn't need chicks hanging out in bikinis. I didn't need
$20. That's all you wanted.
That's it. I can go to a bar, have a couple cocktails, and buy breakfast in the morning. I'm good. And tomorrow's another struggle. Tomorrow I'll bump into another sucker.
I love it.
Let me give some shout outs
The
here.
day-to-day plan.
Real quick. This is interesting tonight. Otter John 73. I love you, cocksucker. Rob bets on fights. Robert Loomis, Ryan Dow, Kevin Stanley, Space Monkey Sean, my main man, the Australian Warrior, got my back. Jordan Dixon and Steve Kovac, you bad motherfuckers. What are you gonna do? Again, I'm talking about your
Hello to
comedy
Chuck
career.
Bowman's son. Big fan of the show.
What's happening, Chuck Bowman's son? I love you, bad motherfucker. Keep it together. Up
He's
there.
going to be very happy.
Where is he?
He's in, or they live in Oviedo, where I'm from, in Florida.
Oviedo,
They came and saw my show at the Improv in Orlando. I play there every Christmas time. And he was like, man, you did Joey Diaz's show. He's a big fan of the show. I'm like, yeah, Joey's a funny one. It was funny. Like, nothing else impressed him. But
Hilarious.
that was...
it's like when you have a young nephew or niece and they kind of like it, and then you pop up on one of their favorite TV shows, and one day the phone rings, and it's like, listen, my son wants to talk to you. Why? He doesn't even talk to me. Uncle Joey, I saw you as the Meatball King today. Oh, boy. I'm so proud of you. Now I can tell my friends you're the Meatball King and shit. I swear to God, I went home one time. The chick called me. She's like, you need to do me a favor. My son told the kids he knows the Meatball King. They don't believe him. Can you just go to the school with me and go by the fence? I swear to God. I just had to get out of the car and wave. And he's like, I told you, motherfuckers. I told you. I know people and shit. That's my Uncle Joey. 3 years later, he never fucking liked me when he was a kid. That's amazing.
I remember years ago when I had that sitcom, my Margie called me up. She lived in Maryland, and some kid that lived near them was saying, it's like the kid was like 10 or 12 years old, and he was running his mouth at school saying that he knew me. And the kids at school were like, no, fuck you, you don't know that guy. So she asked me to sign a picture for the kid. He was getting harassed at school. And I said, look, Margie, I don't know this fucking kid. Maybe he shouldn't be running his mouth at school, you know? So I'm going to sign a picture like we know each other so this kid cannot be harassed. Maybe this is where you should learn his lesson.
You know, I have always been in awe of you. I watch you at the store sometimes, and, you know, deep down inside, I know I'm just a fucking character.
No, you're a wrecking ball.
Whatever,
I love watching you too.
Guys like you think stuff out, and you're very likable and the whole thing. And it's so weird that you started at 17. At 17, if I would have started comedy, I would have quit when I was 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was a weak fuck at 17. Like, did you say you quit high school? No, you didn't.
No, I didn't go. I graduated, and then I went right on the road.
But you were doing comedy in high school?
Started in 11th grade, yeah.
Like a pizza place?
No, it was the club, the comedy club in Orlando, which at the time was the Funny Farm. And I had to get a fake ID to perform there. You had to be 21 to get into the clubs. And back then in Florida, maybe it was the same in New York back then, but when you got your driver's license, they gave you a pink slip with it in case you lost it. So you could bring the pink slip in to get your license replaced. So my older brother, John, who was 21, I took his pink slip to the DMV. I'm sure the statute of limitations is run out. And he made me like memorize all his information, like his social security and all this. And I went and had my photo taken on his license. So it was flawless.
I did the exact same thing without the photo. In Jersey, growing up, there was no pictures.
On the license?
On the license.
You're kidding.
It was a 3-fold license.
Wow.
Back, front, your name, date, where you lived in Jersey, what kind of license you had. So if you had it for years, I was Michael Lebrano. For a couple of years, I was this kid named Screech. I had them all. Skeech, something like that. They called him because he was tight. Like he was cheap with money. They called him Skeech. So one of my friends robbed his identity. And that's what you did in those days. You sold everybody your spare license, which was even better. The only thing they would ask you in those days was, what sign are you? That's it.
At the DMV?
No, at all the clubs. And you went there.
Aha, that's funny.
What sign are you, motherfucker?
That was I learned that trick too when I was at the movie theater. They told me to just ask people what their birthday was.
What their birthday was. It was kind of fucking crazy.
And they freeze.
I should say that plan worked great until I got a speeding ticket on my brother's license, and he beat me up and took it away from me. But for a good 2 years, I had a good run. But I was already in with the clubs by then.
And when were you starting to go on the road? How old?
18. I graduated from high school and when I was 18 years old, and some touring comedians had come through, and I remember the first, because in high school I had done all these shitty one-nighters. I was a senior in high school. I was opening up for Brian Regan. I was in San Francisco last weekend. Brian Regan came by. He was playing at the Masonic Theater. I've known Brian Regan as long as I've been a comedian, and we're great old friends. I used to open up for him doing these shitty buttfuck one-nighter gigs. Mac's Famous Bar in Daytona. It was a really tough biker bar.
Where's he from originally?
Miami.
Brian Regan
is from Miami, baby. Yeah, his family's got from like 11 kids, and Brian was clean back then, and he would destroy the place. So when I was a senior, I was doing one-nighters all over Florida, and then through touring acts that had come through, I had made some connections. I remember like 2 weeks after I graduated high school, I was booked in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I remember I drove halfway across the United States for $150. And I remember crossing the Tulsa city limits thinking to myself, I'm in show business. Man, I could have been doing the Tonight Show or SNL. That's how I felt. I was like, man, I'm in Tulsa, man. I'm getting paid, you know? And then like the next week I was booked in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and then driving back to Florida. I stopped in like Indianapolis and Louisville, Atlanta, and did guest sets at the clubs, trying to expand it.
He just went through changes.
The changes are starting now. Oh my god!
Oh, did it kick in?
Oh yeah. We had a couple of stars, so it's starting to kick in.
What did you do?
Huh?
What did you do?
Oh, just stars.
Just stars at that THC.
Oh. Okay.
Nothing crazy.
We got a wire on.
Why he looks pretty. He looks like he's coming.
No, he's coming. All right. He had 1,600 milligrams of THC. He's about to go.
He looks like he's in mid-orgasm.
Oh no, we're gonna give him another star. We're gonna call Guinness tonight. We're going deep tonight.
Oh my god,
he's gonna sleep like a baby.
I'll say anything on this show. I'm screwed later on life. I've done everything on this show, so it doesn't. I don't mind saying anything.
The first time I did this show, and it was in your apartment.
Yeah.
Wow. And Joey, you had some weed. I was so high halfway in the conversation. I just I felt like I might have been out for like 10 minutes, and I talked to you about it later, and you're like, no, you were fine. But like, there was just I was like seeing stars and little birds floating around my head.
I'm gonna make a confession right here. My anxiety started in that apartment with Lee. Our bodies could not handle poor Lee. People think I break Lee's balls. Let me tell you something. I know Lee's a tank because Lee would go joint for joint with me. That's 5:30 in the morning. Nobody does that. Animals do that. And this is when the animals do that. Prisoners of war do that type of shit.
People have been tortured in prison camps.
Nobody smokes pot at 5:30 in the morning. Nobody. That's animalistic shit.
And maybe they take a one hit off of a joint.
Maybe you get breakfast first. Just be civilized. Read the paper. You know what I'm saying? Drink a cup of coffee. We were drinking coffee, going to his house, and getting blasted. And I got to tell you, that was when I was getting the first dose of anxiety. That was when there was times I had to take the earphones off, being in that fucking room.
Remember we used to have Diet Coke at 6 a.m.? Each of us would have Diet Coke?
That's terrible for you. Terrible. That early morning shit we did.
But it's cool what you guys did, though. Like, I mean, you really kind of started the show, like kind of a mom and pop organization.
This was it.
I mean, it took off, and you guys were doing great then. But like, just the way it grew from that to this now is really cool.
Tom, it's as soon as I looked,
you guys are a corporation now.
It's as soon as I looked and I remembered that you came a second time, but in my head, I only remembered the first visit. And I was thinking about that today because I knew you were coming on. I was like, we had the Lysol wipes as our tripods.
Yeah,
we had
everything was set up on like your kitchen table or something.
Not even a kitchen table, a card table and a desk. And it's That was like 4 years ago. That's it. It's crazy how far it's come.
I was talking to a lady who does publicity for New Wave today, and she was telling me that she's learning new shit every day, that the traditional publicist is a thing of the past. Like, even she's behind because of what's going on now. The internet's a new animal now.
Right.
The internet has become a new fucking animal. You know, they don't even want to release the pictures of our numbers of how many people on the internet on a daily fucking basis watching something. Videos, comedy shows, stand-up specials, old movies, The Little Rascals. This shit runs shit now. This runs stuff, you know. We're like pirate radio, but it's tremendous. I love that we pick our hours. I love that this is our little fucking war here. I love everything about this. This has been a great, you know, who would have known? You got to stand up that this.
You can do anything yourself now. It's great.
Yeah, you can do anything yourself. I see these young kids sweating specials. I pull them aside and go, listen, Comedy Central don't give it to you. What are they going to do? Play your special one time and move on? Forget that. Put 10 minutes on every 90 days. Watch your career grow like a savage. People that are on their work every day, get on Twitter, put a fucking 10-minute set on there every 90 days. What? Do that fucking for 18 months. Call me back and give me a commission, all right? Call me back and give me a fucking commission. That's the recipe there.
I've been putting out these weekly videos called Knowledge Nuggets.
Absolutely.
Have you seen those?
No. Nobody fucking send them to me. You know, they're not going to knock on my door and say, Joey, what the fuck? You send it to me on Twitter, I'll retweet it for you. Get it out there for you.
Oh, okay, well. But yeah, they're just like little factoids, things that I think people should know, you know.
But I'm still impressed with the 17 shit on the road. I would have never had the discipline, the balls. I mean, I left Jersey at 18, 19. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I knew.
I just did.
I knew college wasn't for me. My family didn't have money to send me to college, you know, and they weren't teaching stand-up comedy. You know, I knew I wanted to be a comedian from the time I was 12. So I was writing jokes in notebooks from 12 to 17. And in high school, I hosted the pep rallies and the talent shows. So I was already kind of warming up. And then, you know, I was a student of comedy. My dad had Richard Pryor records. Remember Kinnison coming out when I was like in 10th grade. That blew my mind, you know. And
you never wavered from 12 on? You were never like, hey, maybe I'll be a veterinarian and that was for a year?
No, I think up till about 15, it was either a stand-up comedian or a Major League Baseball player. And then kids started throwing the curveball, and then I couldn't hit it, so I knew it was not going to be baseball.
Well, that's crazy that until 15, because baseball seems like one that would be like as a younger kid one.
More attainable.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, it was my dream, and comedy was exciting. Like in the 80s, it was, you know, David Letterman and all this alternative shit was happening.
Really?
On, you know, Stephen Wright, Emo Phillips. There was a lot of cool shit happening.
And as a 17-year-old, you saw that on TV? Or?
Yeah, I used to get the TV guide at the beginning of the week, and I would look through all the talk shows, and I would circle when they would have comedians on. And so, like, Johnny Carson was my university professor. I worshipped Carson. And I loved when he would have comedians on. And so I'd watch these people, and then HBO had the HBO specials. I'd watch those, watch SNL, anything that had anything to do with stand-up comedy. It was that was my schooling.
What did your friends say when you were going home on a Friday night to watch these things? Or?
Well, after 17, I was going to the comedy club.
Right.
So like I would skip a lot of football games and dances and stuff to go do stand up on the weekends.
Oh, okay.
So they were, I mean, you know, they had to endure a lot of cheesy jokes. Like I remember when I started doing comedy at 17, all my thoughts were the thoughts of a 17-year-old. So it was all like trying to get laid on dates and things like that. I found it when I had everything in storage for 10 years. And when I got everything out of storage, I found I've been keeping comedy notebooks, like hardback notebooks from the time I was 20, but I actually found one of my comedy notebooks from when I was 17. And do you want me to lay a joke on you from the 17-year-old Tom Rhodes? Okay, so 1984, if you remember, Africa was starving. Remember?
Yes.
Live Aid.
Yeah.
And then if you remember, men's fashion had a lot of paisley. Okay, so here's a joke that was in my 17-year-old notebook that I was looking through it when I moved in and got everything out of storage.
Hit me.
I gave a bunch of clothes to charity. And the man at the charity shop said that these clothes were going to be sent to Africa. Oh, I could see some guy in Africa wearing my clothes going, gee, I hope this paisley vest doesn't clash with my genitals.
We'll move on.
That was the 17-year-old me.
Listen, man, yeah. You didn't want to hear what's coming out of my mouth 28, so.
Can I plug some dates?
You're way ahead of me. No, we're not done yet. We're still yakking. I'm still, when did you start featuring? If you started,
oh my God, 17? I think about when I was 22, 23. Yeah, I emceed for like 6 years. Yeah, maybe 5.
I emceed for 4 years. The first time I featured was for Laurie Kilmartin at the Seattle Comedy Underground Memorial Day, Labor Day weekend, 1995.
I loved that room. That original Underground was fantastic. The King Dome was across the street.
With the fucking roaches on the nachos and the smell of humidity. Yeah. Oh, if you ever went to see me there, Lee, and I knew who you were, like you like nachos?
No, not anymore. What are you talking about?
No, I wouldn't have told you. I would have just brought you nachos and put you in a certain chair behind the thing. And while you're looking at the comedian laughing, eating the nachos, there'd be a water bug on the other side of your nachos, and you'd see his antennas moving while he's sucking the milk out of the cheese through his little antennae in his stomach.
And you don't like when people give you
I would be at the beam waiting to go up, because you walk from where the office was, from Ron Reed's office. So you always walk to the right of the stage at the old underground, and when I was bringing you up, you stopped at that beam on my right. Okay, that beam, you stood there for a minute, because if the guy was long-winded, this guy would always reach out and go, good luck. But while you were talking to him, they'd be like, it was very dark. He's watching the show. His girlfriend's watching the show. The roaches were smart. They go to the opposite end where they were sitting.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't see the fucking roach. I'd see the roach in plain sight and another roach on the table going to join his brother. I wouldn't say 2 words.
You have to say something.
I wouldn't say 2 fucking words. If you let a roach go on your nachos, you deserve to what you get. You understand?
But the nachos, you can't see them.
Fuck them.
They're attacking from all angles.
Fuck them. He should put them close to him.
Oh.
He shouldn't get nachos at the Comedy Underground. You should know better, you dumb fuck.
You remember the condo that they would put you in? It was in Pioneer Square. It was like 2 blocks.
You know what? I never went up there. I never was one of those outsiders.
Pioneer Square was all these like junkies and
junkies and fucking.
But it was like you're staying right downtown Seattle. It was
a
great.
block and a half from the club. That area, I loved that area.
Yeah,
I can't lie to you. There was a teriyaki place next to it.
It was great there.
Next to the underground. The underground was great. That experience, for what it was for me at that time, was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I was stuck. I was living in Boulder, and I had a decision to make whether I want to be a comedian. Well, I wanted to fight hand-in-hand combat for the fucking child custody. I was losing my mind. I was losing the battle, but I wasn't going to lose the war. I was going to do something ugly. So I said, you know what? I got this little freak that lives in Seattle. She says if I move up there and get a job, she'll let me put it in her muffler. I might as well. I did a triple run that took me right to Portland, dog. He financed the whole move for me, $120 a night, whatever the fuck he paid.
Working your way across.
Working my way up the fucking peninsula. That night after the gig, I couldn't wait to get to a house. I moved in with him. The rest, it was a fucking nightmare for a year and a half. But I pulled it off, and I became a comedian. I knew what it was. I lived in an office. I knew what it was to take a shower at the gym. You learn how to hustle voiceover work and
how do you get that? I'd love to do voiceover.
This was in Seattle, where it was a small market, but from time to time, you'd get a call. Can you do a regular white guy accent? Yeah, come down. $35 a day. They were robbing you.
Right.
But, when you're living hand to fucking mouth and you have to wait till 10 o'clock to eat dinner because that's when the happy hour at that one place, McCormick and Schmidt's, they had the $2 menu, so you couldn't, it was from 4 to 7 or 10 to 11. So if you were broke, you had to wait till 4 to eat, dog. $10 at McCormick and Schmidt's got you 2 fucking crab cakes, a hamburger, an order of fries, a bottle of frozen Coke, and maybe a shrimp cocktail for $10. If you had another fin, you tipped it. And then you wait to go to the comedy club, see what the guy was paying, how many people would show up, and you go right back to McCormick and Schmidt's at 10 o'clock. And the happy hour was 10 to close in those days. Same menu. Crab cakes, fucking cheeseburger, French fries. They charge you $2 for French fries, but you would kill for these fucking things at McCormick and Schmidt's. It's an interesting fucking life. You know, like our friend Stanhope lived in a car. He was the one that gave me the idea to put the fucking curtain in the back of my Nissan. You know, I saw Doug's travel car like in 1995 in Seattle, 96. The one he was using to travel across the country with the fucking hanger in the back, and his whole life was in the back seat. He had it all proportioned, footballs. I copied the whole fucking blueprint. He's like, just move on the road. I was like, that's not a bad idea. I put a fucking hanger in the back. In the back was a pillow, a blanket, you know, toilet paper, more toilet paper, emergency toilet paper. If you cut somebody with a knife, toilet paper. I had a knife in there. I had fucking those little candles. You know, what do you call those flamingo things with the pink?
The motive.
What do you call those things? They have pink in there and they're flammable. You could fucking light up buildings.
Oh,
Flares?
No,
they're the cans. They're in the little cans.
When you go camping, you pop the can and you put a marshmallow stick in there and shit, and the marshmallow gets black. Tell me you never did that, Lee.
I went camping.
I'm a mook. I had a shitty fucking childhood like that was doing that type of shit. And I know that you got a can of Rubio, whatever the fuck it is. You pop it open.
A can.
You put a lighter to it, and then you get a little fucking stick, and you get a marshmallow like a half a fag, and you sit there for 10 minutes, and it cooks the marshmallow. Even I fucking know that, Lee. And I'm a fucking, you know, you never did that with a marshmallow.
I would just build a fire.
Flamo.
That's it.
Some fucking shit like that.
I think Flamo is probably illegal now. Flamo doesn't sound that safe. Flamo sounds like something before regulations.
Yeah, I think
that was even like a fake product in like a 30 Rock product.
I think somebody would complain. You got a product called Flamo today. That's not conducive with the fucking LGBT community. Somebody would complain. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes I gotta make a rude fucking dash for the bathroom. If you want to fucking judge me, wait till you get 50 years old and everything you drink comes right out of you. 10 minutes later, you can't even sleep at night. You gotta go into drop mode before you go to sleep when you're 50. You gotta sit there and not drink anything for 2 hours. Some nights I go to bed so fucking thirsty, I put that sleep apnea mask on. I wake up like one of those fucking black kids in Africa. I can't breathe. I can't do nothing. I got cotton mouth all the way down to my fucking esophagus because I'm scared to fucking drink something so I don't get up in the middle of the night. And do you know what? Even if I stop drinking fluid at 6 o'clock, at 3:30, there'll be 2 fucking minutes worth of piss in my leg somewhere that drains in the middle of fucking night. So I'm sorry if you're judging me, but wait till you turn fucking 50, cocksuckers.
At least you don't pee your bed.
No, it's been years. I've had accidents over the years, but it's been years. That last one, 3-4 years ago, was it. That's it.
That's it. There, I haven't had.
And it was from the surgery.
I haven't had one for a while. Thank God.
I went into shock.
I'm not looking forward to. I'm never done it with a girl in the bed. That's gonna be weird. That's gonna be bad.
Just look at them and go, what happened? You get up, you throw your underwears on the fucking floor, and you wake her up and go, what happened to you last night? She'll say to you, my panties are dry. It couldn't have been me. What are you, crazy? You were sleepwalking. I knew you were doing some creepy in the middle of the night. 33 years, Tom Rhodes.
33 years, my brother.
All right, so now it took you 5 years to feature. When did you start headlining after that? Where was your first destination move? Was it SF?
Well, yeah, after that first year, when I moved to New York when I was 20, I lived there for a year. And then I moved back to Florida and licked my wounds for a year. And then I moved to San Francisco when I was 22. And then that's where I really got good as a comedian. It was a great scene in
When you were 22, what year was it?
91, I think.
No. You're fucking 50. I'm 54. It couldn't have been 91. I was 21 in 85.
90. So I was 23 then.
23. This
23.
Comedy scene in this country was on a fucking boom.
Yeah.
That by that time, I got locked up. All right, I got locked up. By the time I got to my final destination, they put me in the kitchen. I almost blew up the fucking kitchen. They made me a baker fest in this all-black kitchen. They always ask you when you check in, you ever have that disease? And I'm like, I got no fucking diseases. Nobody told me you're supposed to say you had it at one time, because then they won't put you in the kitchen. I didn't want to be labeled with a guy with disease. I got no disease. They ask you if you have, like, you ever have whooping cough? No. Go see the guy in the kitchen. He's looking for workers and shit. You're like, what the fuck? I don't want to work in the kitchen. I got a driver's license. I want to work. So when I went to the kitchen, they made me a baker for like 3 or 4 days. But they made me make cinnamon muffins, and I almost blew up the fucking kitchen, the oven. Because I left the oven, I swear to God, the things got huge. Everybody laughed at me and shit. So he fired me from the bakery, and he made me a dishwasher, stock clerk. And I had my own region in the fucking thing, but that's not important. Every night you had a different activity that you could either attend. Fucking believe it. Thank God you had a 20-minute furlough every day to buy food. And I knew dudes who cooked food. And I could clip the good stuff, like eggs for guys to help them out and shit like that. But I would always make jokes with this black guy named Etchy that was in there for bank robbery and armed robbery.
Cool. You call him Etchy?
No, his name was Etchy. He was about 6'4", 185 pounds. He looked like the Detroit Hitman. What was his name? The fighter.
Thomas Hitman Hearns.
He looked just like Etchy, looked just like him. And I would tell Etchy that I'd give him extra mashed potatoes if he'd come into the jail facility and say, freeze! And the head of the kitchen would always go, Mr. whatever his name was, Mr. Edwards, stop that already. But he would always walk in real calm and collected and just go, freeze, loud. And the whole place would fucking stop. They were all street guys, so they all knew, like, freeze. And they'd stop. Then they'd turn around and go, Etchy, you black motherfucker, knock it off. But Etchy had a sense of humor, these other guys, so I got into goofing with them. And they would call me Cuba, and I would call them whatever. You fucking black fuck, get it together and shit. I was having them ship you back to Cuba, you fuck. They'll confuse you for one of those Cubans. They'll make you cut, just light stuff,
Man, I spent 1 weekend in jail in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Not
a DUI.
No, man, it was a fucked up story. My really good friend of mine from high school, our senior year, he had moved to Little Rock. And like I said, I started out on the southern circuits. So I would go see this guy whenever I was anywhere near Arkansas. I'd drive out of my way and go see him. So we had... I stopped off to see him in Little Rock. He had set up, some girls for us to take out. And back then, there's a river that runs right beside Little Rock, Arkansas, and there's the downtown. And there was this big field, big empty field. I'm sure that now that's where the Clinton Library is. But teenagers used to go park there and drink and make out with girls. And, you're looking at the city on the other side of the river. So we're sitting there drinking beer with these girls, two swinging chicks from Camp Robinson, some area in Little Rock. And then all these cop cars come from both directions, and all these kids are running, and they're busting people for drinking. And my dad was in the military, my brother's in the military. There was 2 cops. One took me and my girl to one side of the car, and the other cop took him and his girl to the other side of the car. So because I've been around military people, and I know you don't run your mouth to cops, I'm yes sir, no sir, yes sir, no sir. And the words had just left my cop's mouth. He said, "You can pour out the beer and I will let you go." And right as those words left his mouth, I could hear my friend on the other side of the car go, "Well, fucking take us to jail then." So they took us all to jail. And this was like on a Friday night. And because they all had Arkansas addresses, they all got out within like an hour or two. Because I had an out-of-state license, I had to stay until Monday morning for the to go in front of a judge. And the first day was okay. I was in the drunk tank, and it was like whatever year it was, 86, and these black dudes in the jail were calling me. They thought I looked like Tom Cruise. What'd you in for, Top Gun? They're calling me Top Gun. What'd you do, Top Gun? It's a drunk tank. It was kind of fun. They bring in some old guy, and he's like Otis the town drunk, and he lies down. He's drunk. He's sleeping it off. But on day 2, they put me in like serious jail, and there was like nowhere to sit. There's like a picnic bench in the middle of the room, and the jail's overcrowded. There's like 5 guys sitting on like the top bunk, and I didn't go to the bathroom. I was terrified. There's like a toilet in the corner. And then actually the in front of the judge on the Monday, the cop came and told the judge that I was courteous and said yes sir, no sir, and it was my friend Tim. Hope he listens to this.
It's funny because this is going to be a weird statement, and Lee's eyes balls are going to open up. But some of the funniest times I've had have been in county jail. Some of the most laughter that's ever come out of my mouth has been in county jail. And I'll tell you what's spectacular about that. You're sober in there, and you have nothing to laugh about. But the situational comedy is hysterical. And if you have it 3/4 together, like I always did, I was a flunky and a thief, and I was snorting coke. But I had it together in other ways. Like I had a job at the time of my arrest. I had a driver's license. I had a GED. All these things. These guys didn't have that. I thought I was a loser. I had a GED, a driver's license. I sold cars. Like they were like, you had a job for a year before you got in trouble. They were like fascinated. Like I was like a fucking experiment. That was what was weird about it.
Was it like nervous laughter? Like you just were so angry and like upset about being in there? Or was
Bro,
it genuine
you laugh, you fucking asshole.
Well, it's funny. I just read this quote by Samuel Beckett yesterday, and he said, nothing is funnier than unhappiness.
There's nothing. No, like I'm thinking of a situation one time in Seattle. I got arrested on a Friday night. I get to the holding tank at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday. You're going to see some action.
I want to see action. I don't want to see action at all.
I'm trying to sleep over here. I got to see. Nobody's going to sleep. You either could sit down. There's nowhere to sleep. But that night, there was one Asian guy. I thought he was going to be cute. And he's laying on the metal with his feet up and shit. All of a sudden, the door's open, and the guy walks in, and he's looking for a seat, and there's no seat. And he taps the Asian guy, and the guy won't open his eyes, and he taps him again, he won't open his eyes. So this guy just sits on his fucking head. He just sits on his fucking head. I see the whole thing go down. This Asian guy pops up and goes into a karate stance, and the Spanish guy just sits there and he goes, "What's the matter you? What's the matter you? I tap you 2 times, you don't move it, okay? I sit down, fuck you." The Chinese guy said, "Okay, you made sense," and they sat down. Like that was brilliant. I thought that was like a quick thing. That another time I saw a guy walk in when I was a young man. One of the scariest things I ever felt in my life was I was at the Tombs.
Oh, New York City.
I was at the Tombs.
Wow.
And I was going to spend the weekend in there from a Saturday. I was going to spend 2 nights in there.
Holy fuck, really?
I'm 30 years old. I just got into comedy and a friend of a friend, and next thing you know, 3 of us get put in the Tombs. I walk in there, I'm in there, I'm chilling. There's fucking 90 people, and there's 6 chairs. Well, one of the guys I walk in with punches a guy that's sitting down, takes the chair and sits on the chair.
Wow.
I don't have to tell you. That's not my world, dog. I would have stood all night just to be left the fuck alone.
Do you remember? I don't want to cut you off.
No. That was the story there. That was it.
Do you remember? It was like one of the first things I ever did for Comedy Central. I did this series of little commercials. They played them in the commercial breaks. They're called interstitials. But Remember when Dennis Leary did those things on MTV where like they filmed his joke like a rock star?
Give me the year.
Oh, bro, I guess this would be like 92, 93, somewhere like that. So like Dennis Leary had done these things on MTV where they filmed him telling his jokes and it looked like a rock video. So Comedy Central did that with me. And that was the first thing that kind of got me attention on Comedy Central that led to other stuff. So they filmed like 6 of my jokes, like rock videos. And it was in a jail cell. And it was the Comedy Central thing was Comedy Central, where hot new comedians do time. We filmed those at the Tombs in New York City. There was one section that they had rented out. And we spent like 3 or 4 hours in there. They had they like pumped smoke in, and I was like, I'm swinging on the jail door, and I'm behind the bars at one point. They did all these different angles of me telling these jokes. So we must have filmed in there for like 3 or 4 hours, and they were the spots were really cool looking. But even just filming television, I couldn't wait to get the fuck out of there. That was like one of the creepiest places I've ever been.
I just want to know what they did with the people who were in those cells before you rented them out.
I don't know. Like maybe it was shower time.
All the cells for 3 and 1, and
for a day.
It's a I could sit down against a bench. I could go home and write maybe 2 hours of stories from just comical shit I saw in county jail across the country. From fucking
county jail across the country.
Like I was probably in like maybe
you never get to know a place until you've seen the county jail, right?
One of the best county jail stories I ever had was when I got sentenced. The state of Colorado was overcrowded. So the first thing they tell you when you get sentenced and sign the paperwork is you're signing your consent to travel. You can't stay here, so you have to wait for an opening. You either go to fucking somewhere in Nebraska, or they would take you somewhere to South Texas. And I signed, fuck no. I'm not going nowhere. I want to stay in Colorado. If you did, they cut an extra third off of your time. I knew that there was a bill coming out to cut my time, so all I had to do was do my time. I didn't sign it, and they said to me, listen, you're going to sit in fucking county for 90 days. But it didn't matter because they're 2 days for one in county. They give you 2 days for one. That's the beauty of it. So I spent 3 weeks in there. It was like a month or something like that. So by the time I got sent to county, I kept thinking I was going to one of those prisons. You know where they sent me? Summit, Colorado, a ski resort. They were renting out cages. This was a fucking this is like you were one step from freedom. They went to Safeway for you. At night, every night, they took an order, you pay them, they went to Safeway for you. Well, booze, potato chip sandwiches. You could stay up to 2 watching TV.
Could you give me some capers?
No, nobody got capers then. But I was in there with a dude named Michael Bell. He hung out with this other little skinny, creepy fucking white dude. They weren't racist and nothing. He was just always talking about his girlfriend. I got the fucking hottest bitch in the world. She lets me come on her and shit. I'm going to beat her with an appeal, and I'm going to go back. You know what? I didn't see that motherfucker for years. I went somewhere. He had committed like attempted murder. He settled for 10 years. His bitch was fucking hotter than death. Do you know that 4 years later, I'm in my fucking dealership in Boulder, Colorado, and the cops come into the dealership and they're like, listen, you guys got to evacuate here. It's by 6 o'clock. We're closing the streets. Some guy shot 4 kids up in the mountains of Colorado. It was Michael Bell. He broke out of jail and went to chase that hot piece of pussy. She was cheating on him. Wow. That's what pussy does to a man. And he shot 4 kids with their own guns, dog. Then he tried to, he cut a deal with the cops and they shot him in the neck. And when he went to the hospital to have surgery, there was only 2 doctors that could operate on him. One guy was out of the country, and the guy that could operate him, he shot one of his sons. Oh, wow. That afternoon. That's a fucked up story, but I was locked up with that dude. But that place was fun. That place was a lot of fun.
It sounds like a laugh riot.
Oh, I had a great time in there. Seattle jail sucked. County jail, Seattle, that sucked. By that time, jails were already, that's it. They were on their way out. It was just a bad time. You can't smoke in there. The best county jail ever to party and fucking have a good time, Boulder County Jail. I had those motherfuckers in the palm of my hand, dog. Thanksgiving Day, I had the guy left the cell open, and I was making long-distance calls all day long to New Jersey, calling my friend. Listen, you haven't heard from me in a few weeks. I'm locked up. Oh, my God.
You said earlier you could have gone to, like, Texas or somewhere. Why would people do that? Like, why wouldn't people do the county jail?
Because let's say I go to you, Lisa, you got 15 fucking years. You're a fucking animal. You know you're an animal. Okay. You killed that fucking kid after school on a drive-by. You're a fucking animal, okay? 15 fucking years. You're going to do all 15. You're going to do all 15 fucking years. But if you do the time in South Texas,
right,
we're going to give you 3 for 1 days.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So you got a chance to get out of here, you know, whatever the fucking math is. I'm not good with fucking math.
5 years.
Well, I did 15 fucking years. So you do 5 years, 10 years instead of 15. But you go down there and it's a jungle sometimes. It makes you wonder how I keep from going under. Broken glass everywhere. Anyway, that's the thing. Well, they took you somewhere to Nebraska. I was told, because of my rating, that I was going to go to Rifle, Colorado, which was a party house up there. People were shooting heroin. They were eating pizzas. They were fucking, in the summer, they get you a job at the pool. In the winter, you got a job at the ski resort on the lifts and shit. So it wasn't a bad little camp. You could get furloughs, and there was a hotel where you went to.
What did you do at the pool?
Little ski outfits with stripes on them.
Like broken glass everywhere.
White line.
Do
you ever do work release?
No, that's what I wanted at first. But the halfway house was sort of like work release.
I guess, yeah.
That was a party for me too. That's a shame. When I write that chapter of the book, it's going to be called A Real.
How far are you on your book?
I'm 3/4 through the proposal, brother. I dedicated myself to 1 sentence a day, and I'm up to a paragraph a day and cleaning up the paragraph from the day before.
Yes, I've been working on a book.
I'm making strides.
For the last 5 years. I finished the first draft, and I'm trying to get it together to make it presentable to get it published.
It's very hard to write a book about your life when you're talking about weird shit.
Yeah, well, it's it's all my best stories from all over the world, you know. Right, traveling as a comedian, almost drowning in Thailand, getting maced in Paris. I was wacky when I had the late night talk show in Amsterdam. I wrote all about my sitcom experience, you know. I've lived 9 lives.
I remember walking into the Improv one night. Your show had just gotten canceled. I really never had spoken to you before, and I wasn't going to go up to you and say hello. You were sitting there. You had a look on your face like, I don't know what the fuck. So I didn't say nothing to you. I just always heard you were a good guy. So when I met you in Seattle the first time, then we got acquaintanced again in Houston with the beautiful Mr. Mark Babbitt.
That's right.
One of the best times of comedy in my life was Houston, Texas, and the fucking, but wow, 33 fucking years. If you think I would, honest to God, when I got on stage that first time, if I was ever going to tell you guys I'd be doing comedy for 25 years or for the rest of my life, I wouldn't have believed it.
I would have.
I didn't believe it. I did not believe it.
I would be happy if I had a heart attack and died on stage.
No. Don't say that. God forbid.
I mean, there's a couple comedians have done it, but I mean, I don't ever want to quit. I don't ever see myself doing anything else. It's my oxygen. You know, I was born to do it. I love it.
It's my oxygen also. You know what? It changed my life. It was like a religion for me. I really bought into it.
Yeah.
You know, I really watched the specials and I took notes.
That's how I was telling you when you went to the bathroom. I studied it.
I studied it and took notes, and I realized what I wanted to do, and I spoke to local comics, and I saw where their careers had gotten, and I could see that. I spoke to somebody one day, and he broke it down for me. He goes, either you want to remove the safety net, or you want to keep having the safety net the rest of your life. And I'll never forget going, how am I going to tell my fucking wife I want to do comedy? They almost hate me already. They already hate me. The family's already going on that path. You know, and all of a sudden, one day I walk in and she goes, listen, I don't want to be married no more. I want to get separated.
Ding, ding.
And it was amazing. It was like, oh my God.
I'm unshackled.
I'm going to be able to do fucking comedy. Oh my God. I cannot believe this is happening. Oh my fucking God, this is real. Like, I'm like, this is fucking real. Like, that door just opened up, you know?
Yeah. Even at its the toughest times is when you're going through some hard shit in your life. You know, like my dad was killed by a drunk driver in 2009. My little sister died of breast cancer in 2011. It was a couple years after that. It was really difficult. But still looking back on it, I don't know what I would have done without comedy. The fact that I could go on stage, I had so much material to fall back on from doing it for so long, but just to be able to take my brain and put it on a shelf and do comedy and be cleansed in the laughter of strangers, that, and forget about my grief for a minute. It was invaluable. I don't know what normal people do when they have problems. People who don't have comedy, and now it's great. I stopped partying, kicked the cigs, and it's like when I started when I was 17. The comedy is the drug again.
I was in an ugly divorce, and I went back to Colorado, and I thought that I could not get together with my wife, but figure out a settlement where I could see the child more and, try to be more responsible and stuff. But at the same time, I wanted to do comedy, And one day that didn't seem like it was going to work. And I remember for like a month during the holidays, every time I drop her off for 2 minutes, my hands would shake. I'd cry, and then I'd just smoke a joint. And then I'd go home, defeated. Like, how could I do comedy? And I'll never forget, it was like the last week of December, like 2 nights before New Year's. And it was a Wednesday, and I said, you know what? Why do I feel this way? Let me go do stand-up. And I went to some cheesy bar and got on stage, and I'm like, wow, I'm on to something. Not only did I feel better, but I had a great set. Because the anger that I had in me, the fucking pain.
When you're going through serious emotions.
Ooh, and I was having some great sets with garbage material. Just ranting and spitting from the mouth and foaming, the whole fucking deal. And today, 20 years after I went through that situation, I don't know how I did it. I really used comedy. And I did that from January till June of that year. Every Wednesday, it was the same routine. I'd pull over, cry, watch them pull away. I'd smoke a joint, and I'd head up to 36 to the 70 to go do comedy in Denver. And the whole way I'd be crying and smoking and listening to good music. And by the time I got on the I-70, I'd be okay. And once on the way home, I would go, you know what? I'm going to fucking make it in comedy and show them. That was the attitude back then. Like, at least I got my comedy. I was delivering Chinese food and selling Coke at the same time. Oh my God, it was tremendous. I'd make like $60 a night delivering Chinese food, and I'd clean up and make like a gram of fucking Coke to go home and snort in my little rocky apartment. It was maybe a little bigger than this, with a refrigerator, a stove, and I had a bedroom, and the whole bedroom was a bed. I had like a king-size bed. That's all that fit in that bedroom. There was no fucking pictures, no murals, nothing. It was just a bed. There was no door. You just walked into it and you fell right over into the king-size bed. I never changed the sheet the whole year I lived there.
Oh my God.
It was just a sheet would come on it, and God knows what else, toenail juice and
crumbs and
cocaine from your nose. It was disgusting. It was a clean apartment. It was a very fucking clean apartment. I went to the weed store tonight, and they had the cutest little fucking kitten over there. Did you see it, Lee?
I didn't go over there.
Oh my God, it was like a little fucking Demi. He's a little Siamese, and he fucking attacked my hand. I'm like, you cocksucker. And when I went home, he jumped over. He wanted to go home. Let's do it, big guy. I'll come home with you. He kept looking at me.
He's like, I don't know, he's running around.
Yeah, he belongs to the weed store. His name is like Brutus. He's fucking gorgeous.
What goes on with that dog? Do you know? Do they bring that dog home at night?
They don't feed that dog. That's like one of those dogs you see in one of those Humane Society commercials. That dog hasn't eaten in 2 years.
He stays there as a guard.
Yeah, he's a guard at night. You break into that weed store, you're going to be missing a fucking arm.
Jesus Christ.
They let him in there. You might break the alarm system, the electrical. You got to shoot that motherfucker, throw a stake, and put him to sleep.
They put him in there at night?
No, they leave him outside. No, yeah, they put him in there at night. You can't leave him outside. It's against the fucking law.
Okay. I don't know.
Talk to this guy.
I've never investigated the weed store.
I remember we had a German Shepherd when I was a kid, Butch. And the dog had made the tactical error of thinking our family owned the neighborhood. And it would attack people riding a bike in front of our house. And one time my brother was wrestling with this kid And the dog thought the kid was attacking my brother, so the dog like kind of ripped his ear off, and they took the dog away. And then the dog was guarded a roller skating rink, like outside, like the outer fence perimeter. My dad took us to see the dog a couple times. So I always think about that. They're like a lot of dogs that are out of their minds end up guarding places.
When I see a dog guarding a place, I don't communicate. I don't do nothing. That dog's a professional. He's been around the world. He's been beaten. He's been lit on fire. His whole fucking demographic has changed. You know what I'm saying? Take a human, beat him, rape him, fuck him in the ass, make him drink cum mixed with blood and shit. You try to break those people. You'll never break them. By the time they're 19, they're shooting people like fucking taxi drivers. That's what happens to those people. That dog doesn't even have hair. They lit him on fire in Russia. They brought him from Russia. That's one of Trump's buddies' dogs. They have. Look at that. Take him to go to that weed store. On the way out here, go straight down the corner and just make the first right. Hit Burbank Boulevard. See if he's out there. He's a fucking monster. How big is he, Lee?
He's like probably at least 100-pound dog, 70 to 100-pound dog.
I think he's a little bigger. I think he's about so? $140. He's
oh, wow, he might be. He might be.
You park and he barks at you. Like, you don't want you going in there.
He has been meaner than a junkyard dog.
Oh, my God. I hate those fucking dogs. I got bit by those motherfuckers. I got bit in the face, man. Tom Rhodes, man, keep doing your podcast. That was a good time I had on your podcast.
Thanks, man. We should do it again.
Don't take a break.
I took a break. I need to get it rolling again.
Yeah, don't give up with that stuff because people always want to hear from you, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah.
This is something that's...
Well, you know what it was? You know, excuse me, my thing when I was traveling around the world, I wasn't living anywhere for 10 years. So my podcast was... interviewing, people I met around the world and comedian, friends of mine around the world and stuff. And so living in LA after a year, it's like I kind of, I'd hang out with people. I met some really cool people. And, it's like, I don't know, didn't want to, instead of saying, hey, would you do my podcast? I'd rather just like hang out with people and be cool, but I need to get over that and just do it.
And you're still sober.
Yeah,
looking great. You
3 years off the booze, 2 years off the cigarettes, and then I stopped smoking weed at the beginning of the year.
No blunt,
no, nothing, absolutely.
No biscuits, no ups, no downs, no Adderall.
No,
you're fucking all vegan,
totally clean now.
Good for you. God bless you.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get some shit done. I'm going to film my new hour special sometime this year. Trying to finish this book. I got a producer interested in this television show idea. I'm going to start pitching that in a couple weeks.
The worst I can tell you is no. You still got your stand up. Think about it. We always got to stand up.
No, I think I've never been better as a comedian.
You don't want to see me light my balls on fire on prime time on ABC. I still got my career doing stand up on the road. I'm having a great time.
Yeah.
I keep it fresh. I don't go out every fucking week. I'm 50 something. I got 8 hats. You got 8 hats.
I thought about you. You told me you always take the first flight out.
No terrorism.
I love that.
Sure. Early morning, 6 a.m. Bingo, bango. Everybody's home early before Disneyland.
So I've been doing that. It's a great,
different experience.
It's great. Bro, you fly. You're landing back in LA at like 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning.
When you were drinking, you thought that, oh my God, I'll take the 4 o'clock flight out because you're drinking.
Always, that's what I thought.
Purposely. I did that for years also. I'm not gonna lie to you. I took the latest flight out. Get a late checkout, sleep till 2, have somebody pick you up, take you to eat somewhere, talk some shit, smoke a joint, and then drop you off at the airport. That's how it was in the old school. But things changed. You know what I'm saying? Things have fucking changed. It's flying has changed. It's a fucking nightmare. What are we talking about?
Flying's great now for me because I just hit diamond level on Delta. So I get bumped up to first class all the time. And I can use the first class lounge. But it's funny, for years I would you're boarding the plane and you're walking through first class, and I remember thinking to myself, who are these fucking rich cocksuckers and why are they there?
And you realize you don't have to be rich.
No.
Stick with the same airline.
That's it.
Learn the flights that are empty like I do.
That's what I did.
And always get upgraded. I always get upgraded on America. Delta's not bad to me. They're taking care of me. Delta works for you on miles. You call them up and say, I'm a little light. They'll say, throw me the small 400 or whatever.
Yeah.
And we'll put you on that flight AM. They're cool, Delta.
Yeah, you can buy miles at the end of the year to reach your next level.
Yeah.
But also, the employees are usually in a good mood. A lot of these other airlines, years ago, I would just, get the cheapest flights, and some of these airlines, they treat you like an animal.
Delta's like the Atlanta Falcons. They fall apart from time to time. They fall apart. You get locked down for 2 fucking days because their computer system goes down.
I flew
and you don't have a fucking backup system. So as a professional, I get to the airport, you have to have a backup system. So that shied me off of Delta for a few weeks, but they just got me here 35 minutes early.
I was flying that very day last year when their computer system went down.
You're done.
They gave me 50,000 miles as a gesture.
Yes, they do. They do take care of you.
To apologize for the inconvenience.
Yes, they do. That I will claim for Delta. If you don't have your luggage in 20 minutes, they give you 10,000 miles. If there's a problem with the flight, the next morning you wake up and there's a fucking email from Delta going, listen, thank you for accepting it and not pulling your hairs out of your head and telling my staff to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
Look at your account. We took 10,000 miles. That's a flight to fucking the neighborhood. That's the flight that they just fly you around the neighborhood and they just drop you off with no fucking parachute at 10,000 miles. But those things add up.
I got enough frequent flyer miles on Delta to have a helicopter on the roof within the hour.
You in town Sunday night?
I am, yeah.
Did you call in for spots at the store?
I'm going to go see Brian Regan on Sunday.
Where is he?
Sherman Oaks. But I'm going to Friday and Saturday. I'll be at the Comedy Store. You going to be there Friday, Saturday?
I'm going to be there Sunday for my 20th anniversary.
Oh shit!
It's Washington's birthday Monday. Nobody got to work.
I'll come by afterwards.
Yeah,
his show will be early. It'll be like 8 o'clock. I'll come by afterwards.
He's going to give me a spot at 10:30 because we got a babysitter.
Oh, great! I'll probably be back by then.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah.
And what you're traveling a lot, man. And I say this shit constantly that he's been doing stand-up for 33 years. This guy's made his living going around the world. There's a problem going on in America that if a comic doesn't have a podcast or isn't on Comedy Central constantly, people won't go and see him. Dave Attell. There's another gentleman that has this problem. This guy's a fucking animal. This guy taught half the comics that are out there. I still remember watching you on that fucking kamikaze shit on MTV with the long hair.
Yeah.
I still remember going to see you in Seattle with the chick from Boston. You did not the Improv, but the other one when they made it big one night. On a Friday night, me and Josh Wolf went up there. This is 1995, guys. You're not no fucking just Johnny come lately. You had a show on TV, so if he's in your area, go down there on a fucking Thursday night. Go hang out with Tom.
Come hang out with me. Can I plug some dates?
Yeah. What the fuck you think I bring you out here for?
I love you, man. February 23rd to the 25th, I'm going to be at Stand Up Live in Phoenix.
Nice club, very nice. 600 seats, good fucking food at the, what's the name of the bar next to it?
I don't know. It's my first time playing there.
Copper Kettle.
And it's a big
Copper fucking Kettle. I'm plugging you there.
Yeah, it's a big room. I've never played there before.
Great room. You had a good time.
March 23rd to 26th, I'm at Side Splitters in Tampa.
There we go. We're talking about Side Splitters. I'm like a fucking psychic.
Great room. And April 6th to the 9th, I'm going to be at Laughing Skull in Atlanta.
Look at you.
Come on in.
Atlanta. That's a nice room. You belong in there. It's a great room. Like I said, Sunday I'm at the store. Tomorrow night, the Valentine's Day is done. But next week I'm at the House of Comedy in Minneapolis. I'm very happy to be going up there in the winter. I don't give a fuck. People have been sending me evil fucking messages and tweets. You're an asshole. Going to Minneapolis in February. That's when the real pimps go with that.
That's right.
Any pussy can go to Minneapolis in August. Go sling dick up there in mid-February and let these motherfuckers know who's running things. That's...
And Prince said the bad weather keeps the mean people away.
It's fucking right. Lisa, what do you got going on, my little brother?
Oh, hey, and I could use a few extra Twitter followers.
Whatever you need, generous. Bro. People, this is a friend of
help a brother out.
This is a comic 20 years that I learned a lot of. I opened for him in Houston, Texas. Great weekend. You learn from what you don't steal from comedy or comics, but you pick up a certain something from each comic you work with on the road. You go, wow, that's pretty neat that he pauses like that. Maybe I should try for my joke. You know, you see these guys that are still around, support them when they come to you. Who gives a fuck if they haven't been on America's Got Talent or they don't play the fucking harmonic on YouTube? This is real fucking comedy. This is real fucking comedy. It's one of these okey-doke motherfuckers that have been doing comedy for 4 years. He has a cute smile. You pay $48, and the guy makes you giggle 2 times, and you take a picture of him. When he comes back, you're like, I'm not paying the $40. If you pay fucking $12, $15 for Tom Rhodes, you're robbing fucking comedy. You're robbing comedy. So check out Tom Rhodes. He's a dear friend. He's fucking family with the church. You know, he's trying to put fucking things together. He's still ticking.
I love you, man.
I wish I'm still doing comedy.
And I'll tweet you some of my knowledge nuggets, some of the best ones.
Well, they can't wait. They're at home right now jumping up and down. Tom Rhodes is going to send us nuggets and shit. Because listen, man, Tom Rhodes is big over there on the fucking, and that's what you got to do. You got to go back over to Europe, make a big fucking splash, and come back here like the Stones after fucking
being in France to make Exile on Main Street.
That's you. You go to France for a couple of years, hit it on stage, maybe a terrorist will shoot. You'll jump off the stage and get him in a headlock.
It's weird with Joey. Sometimes he gives you advice, and it sounds like he's trying to get you to move out of the country or like move away.
Oh, he's an international star. Where the fuck have you been?
No, it's funny. Like,
where the fuck have you been? He's an international. He had a show and fuck.
We're talking about working on our books, you know. And I kept a diary when I lived in Amsterdam. And unlike Anne Frank's diary, there's a lot more drugs and dancing and shit going on.
He's like Matt Dillon in that movie from Seattle with the Rug Man.
No, I know, but
oh my God, what was it called? Singles.
He used to always say, "We're huge in Belgium." I'm huge in Belgium. Have you ever recorded in Belgium? I'm just teasing.
I played Antwerp. A bunch.
What do you got this weekend, Lisa? Drop it on me. Break my heart. Where you taking, Mama?
No, I have my first Zeal massage, so we're gonna do that.
All right. What else you got? Crack a line.
I love your eyes, man.
Look at them.
Look at that picture. It's a perfect representation. And then I don't know yet. We're gonna have to figure that out. We're gonna do Valentine's Day on Saturday, just because it's.
So what are you gonna do tomorrow night? You gonna give her a little kiss and maybe?
Yeah, I'm gonna get flowers. Maybe we'll make dinner at home or something. But it's crazy going out tomorrow night.
No, you can't.
Also, you gotta get stuff for your moms. At least call your mom tomorrow.
Good. That's a really good reminder.
Look at Lisa fucking dropping knowledge on the church.
That's a knowledge nugget,
You bad motherfucker. See, you didn't think of that one. How am I going to trust you if you didn't give him a little nugget for
mine are about like Hitler and Shakespeare and
no, you can't tell these stuff. You can't set up a revolution. Trump's already doing that shit.
Imagine the punk rock and the radical art that's going to be coming out in the next 4 years. I'm really excited about what's happening.
Me too.
So a lot of pissed off people, and it's got to turn into art and comedy, right?
It's got to turn into something. Something's going to go deep. But listen, while shit's going deep, you got fucking options. And your options are CISO, okay? That's the beauty of it. CISO has really changed my fucking life and made me look different here at streaming and live comedy and whatnot and the TV shows. I mean, I love that they have my special on there, Laurie Kilmartin, Doug Stanhope. I mean, there's so many others. Janine Garofalo special on there. They're really going for the comedy angle of it. So stop setting for open mic comedy when the legends are all on your fingertips. CISO puts you on the guest list for the exclusive comedy shows from legendary comics and today's top talent with new exclusive specials from Nick DiPaolo and myself, Doug Stanhope, and the new special from Nick DiPaolo, who was on Rogan yesterday. You don't have to stand in line and shell out $30 at your local comedy club to see these comics. CISO has exclusive specials from them and many more you can enjoy from your couch on your favorite TV with nachos and basically a salad. So your New Year's resolution is basically kept. Attention, comedy nerds. Come to the magical place called CISO, where new stand-up comedy specials debut every month. You like to laugh, you like to chuckle, chortle, cackle, guffle, snickle. Well, CISO's countless hours of streaming stand-up television original content is sure to offer something for you. What are your favorite shows on there, Lee?
I like Bajillion Dollar Properties. That one's very good. I like watching SNL.
I turned you on to that one. I told you.
I watch Parks and Rec. So I like all those shows. CISO's great.
Listen, I see on the paper it said they show the late night shows the next day.
Yes, true? The late night shows the next day. This is great. They're really going for it. I'm proud to be a part of them. So here it goes. Just go to CISO.com right now and sign up for 1 month free with promo code Joey at checkout. Ready for this? CISO's just $3.99 a month. No joke. $3.99 a month. for all the comedy you want, anytime, anywhere, and it's gratis, free. But go to CISO.com right now. Sign up for 1 free month with promo code Joey at checkout. This is the best offer CISO has going on right now. 1 month for free of laughing your ass off comedy at CISO just by using promo code Joey, Joey, for you motherfuckers that never got out of fucking kindergarten. That's CISO.com, spelled SEESODOT.com. Bam! Promo code Joey, bitches. Hook 'em. Go to CISO.com right now. Promo code Joey. No ads, no joke. Just straight up gangster comedy. And one of my fucking favorites. You know what? You made me very proud of you tonight because you actually use the service we fucking love. We love it. Lee loves it. I love it. I've been using them to the airport. But let me explain something to you. They picked me up in my house. They were very courteous. They didn't give me no drama. He charged me some. I didn't even look at what he charged me. I gave him a fucking 20 or 30 for taking out my luggage. He was a gentleman. And I had a great time about it. Lee always takes Lyft.
I take Lyft everywhere. I'm taking it home tonight. Can I say something great about Lyft in the middle of this Lyft commercial?
Yeah.
I take Lyft to the airport from where I live in LA. It averages about like $25. 10 years ago, I lived in Koreatown, and I used to have to take a taxi, and it would cost like $60 or $70. 10 years later, it's cheaper, and the people are courteous. They're nice people to talk to.
Cars are clean. They got
cars
magazines,
are clean.
water.
Fucking Lyft is the greatest thing ever to happen to humanity.
Ever. So if you're in between jobs and looking to earn extra dough, if you're looking to put money in your kid's college fund, you're looking to go back to school and getting another degree or just your first one, whether you want to write your next writing novel, whatever you want to do, finance your dream. Drive with Lyft. It's the riding share app that lets you be your own boss, pick your own hours, and earn up to $1,500 a week driving your own car. Who's better than you? There's other ride-sharing apps out there, but Lyft treats their drivers right. It's a flexible way to make easy money. Lyft drivers can make up to $35 an hour. Getting started is just a tap away. You can drive mornings, nights, weekends. Just flip it to driver mode, ping, bang, boom, start making Guinness. Plus, Lyft drivers can earn tips right through the app. Those tips, they add up fast. And you don't have to wait days to get paid and fill out. Listen, you can cash out instantly once you made $50, thanks to Express Pay. All right? Driving with Lyft is super flexible, allows you to keep 100% of your tips, and is always there when you need some extra change. Let me do you a favor. Sign up today, right now, at Lyft.com. While you're sitting there broke, you get a new car, you need to make payments. Come on, go out there and justify your existence. Go today to Lyft.com/Joey, Joey. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for you beautiful people who are trying to put it together. You'll get a $500 new driver bonus after you complete 100 rides within 30 days. Go to Lyft.com/Joey today, and you can start making extra Guinness and get your $500 new driver bonus, all right? Limited time only. Restrictions apply. Go to Lyft.com/Joey. I want to thank Lyft. I want to thank CISO, and I want to thank my main man. Fucking always great to see you. You're one of the legends of comedy, and I wish you nothing but the best. Lee likes you. He even said I'm happy it's Tom Rhodes, so thank you very much.
I love you, brother. Joey. It's always great to talk to you,
What's
man.
up,
Lee, thanks for the love, buddy.
Oh, I love you, Tom. I was just saying on it.
Oh, yeah. Never forget. My main motherfuckers, Shroom Tech Sport. You're a fat fuck like me. I use a cap, so I go to jiu-jitsu. Not like I'm killing motherfuckers, but I always last an extra minute every fucking time I go to jiu-jitsu. Go to Honda.com right now. I can't hook you up with the weights, but the supplements, I'll get you 10% off. Go to Honda.com and press in. Church. Boom. CHURCH. Get the 10% off delivered right to La Casa fucking Folly, all right? Anything else you want to add, my brother?
No, that's it, man. I love you, my brother.
I love you too. Lee Sayat, stay black.
Love you,
Have a
brother.
fucking great week. I'll be with you motherfuckers in a couple of days. Love you. This is from my man Danny Brown and shit. Dropping some knowledge. Play that fucking dope, Lee.
Hey, track what up? Drop like those on that so y'all hold up.
walked into the airport, and it was like he grew his clothes in a weed plant. I swear to God. Like, it smells so bad. I was like, I don't know how, dude.
Because I just took a shower and shit.
Real, I put cologne on and shit. I was like, no, you smell good. Like, your clothes smell clean. You just smell like you came out of like this fucking like hot box of 4 days.
I wasn't even smoking like that.
Every once in a while, I'll get like a free joint or something from the dispensary. I'll leave it in my car. Come back a day later, my car is.
Oh yeah, it's reeking. I got some ice and crack some music.
I had to put in a couple bags to take it in the fridge.
Oh shit. It's like how you feel about Savage? I feel about Wu-Tang. Straight my middle school years, like this is 6th grade all the way through high school. Wu-Tang. Please go back with us.
I'll try it.
It's your lucky night, bitches. If you're under 18, get off this motherfucker, because we're going deep tonight, bitches. We got everything tonight, you understand me? Transmission fluid, cough medicine, fucking stars of death. Show them that fucking bond of death right there. Look at this fucking monster of death right here. Oh shit. Lisa Ayat smoking blunts. D Brown in the house. My little princess of love in the house. What? They ain't shit on TV. Get that motherfucking hooked up right now. Because we're going deep into the murky waters of the underworld tonight. You understand me? Get grandma's Valiums. Do whatever the fuck you need to do. Because you don't want to be left out. You understand me? We're going right deep with a fucking star of death. Oh shit. Little Wu-Tang in the house. There you are. Empty. The way it's supposed to be, bitches. We put water in that bong or we get it just like that?
I don't know.
It's that thing to put water in the top. Look at the top.
We got water. This part has water, this part doesn't.
You put water in that. You gotta put. Does it go through the top or?
It looks like it.
Look at this fucking thing, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even know how to do it. I'm scared to touch it.
Look at the Voodoo fucking lounge right there. Just pull it apart.
You think
And leave it down so it don't fall. You gotta unhook the first part first. Just oh shit. There we go.
You ain't got my shit, but I'll let you over, man.
Niggas came over there.
Come on, man. I don't got nothing to do with my shit.
Yeah. Let's try that right there. You motherfuckers came on a good night. Shit. This is deepness tonight.
The nigga just got bucked. Niggas in the black lane got word of mom. Came through God from out of nowhere. Got word of mom. I'm coming to get my coach a cipher, God. And they just word of mom crazy shots.
Blunts, bongs, edibles. We do it all here. Sugar cubes, D Brown, Lee Sayat. We don't give a fuck.
The nigga laying there with this fucking all types of
And I advise you to do the same. You understand me? It pays to smoke the best, bitches. Now get up your high fucking horse. Cut this shit. Who gives a fuck who won the election? And let's get down. Let's get down the way you were meant to get down. Who gives a fuck? You understand me? If Hitler was president, we'd be in this little bunker right now getting high. It don't matter. Why? Because that's how we roll. I advise you to do the same, cocksuckers. Right or wrong there, Vegas time. Oh, shit. Good morning to all you motherfuckers out there. There you go. Let's fill this fucking monster up with death. Look at this fucking thing. It's like an AK-47. You understand me? We're going to fill it up with this death. A little fucking perennial from perennial. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me get that light. Light that little candle for us to get all the bad spirits out of here. Look at this shit right here. Nice and clean. Cleans out the fucking. Jesus Christ. That's a big fucking bong there, Jack. Oh shit. You don't need no fucking weights right here. Just do this shit 1,000 times a day. Watch your arms get yoked, bitch. It's like a fucking, it cleans the weed out, man. Yeah, the filter's clean, baby boy. There's something in here. It's like smoking out of a bubble. One of those things that you smoke. The vaporizer. Yeah. We got you coming from all over. The big mule, the little mule, waiting you from all over. Why? We don't even want you to say. We're not trying our best. If you're 18, hang up right now, cocksuckers. You got no reason to go read a comic book or something. Go watch the Grammys or something. Jesus Christ, I love it. Happy birthday. That's the fucking mule of death right there. Look at Lee hitting it from every angle. Blunts. Oh, it's time you started again. I see what the cough medicine does.
We're taking blood cell tonight.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's called Bully Extracts. Good googly moogly. I'm getting all itchy and shit. I'm going to have to go to acupuncture tomorrow. But you're here, you're living it, bitches. You understand me? You're running with Uncle Joey. What are you going to eat? Your edible or what are you going to do? Sure, you got edibles. You got everything. The world is yours, Lisa. Yeah. And Danny Brown without a frown. We've been waiting for tonight for fucking months, cocksuckers. And this is it. President's Day. It ain't shit on TV. This is your type of fucking night, cocksucker. Major box. ZipRecruiter. It's a beautiful night for a blunt, a bomb, a fucking landmine, whatever the fuck you want to do. Nature Box and ZipRecruiter. Oh yeah, look at this. Look how DB shows up. This is straight up Detroit now. I think he shows up like, I don't know, I can't even start. I'm in recovery. Get the fuck out of here. We're all in fucking recovery.
How are you? Hi. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. That was tight. So sick.
Either you're there or you're fucking square. DB, show these motherfuckers what they're missing.
We smoking that death. We eating the star. We got Hennessy tonight. It's late on the church. You know what I'm saying? Got honey bourbon backwoods. Feel me? Trying to go through this whole box before we leave.
What the fuck you doing with your life? You're sitting there telling yourself stories, lies, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. Fuck all that noise. We're living it, bitch. What you might think is not productive is productive over here. Just living our lives, smoking a few fucking blunts, listening to music and relax. Just a little chit chat here amongst friends. This is what it's all about, cocksuckers. If you don't have this, you don't have dick. You understand me? If you don't have an Armenian friend, you don't have nothing. Gotta have an Armenian friend or two. They always fill the void. You understand me?
I haven't had my transmission fluid. I'm sorry.
Get your transmission fluid going. Yeah, you don't want to eat the whole thing, DB.
I'm good.
Just eat a little star right now. No, you gotta eat the whole thing. You gotta eat the whole thing. I got another one coming at you. We got 2 of these fucking animals coming. Why? Because it's Monday night. You gotta start the week off on the right fucking foot. You understand me? Minneapolis, don't forget about me. I'm telling you, juiced up. I've been home for 2 weeks, ready to fucking strangle a motherfucker. The fucking think you're dealing with Joy Bananas? DB is in the house. We're gonna break this motherfucker down. What you think danger is how motherfuckers like me and DB thrive. You understand me? We do better when it's dangerous. That's our fucking world. This shit here is like picking up fucking turnips. Nothing happens. So get your notebooks too, cocksuckers. Because Uncle Joey's coming at you from all angles tonight. Tell him, DB. Shit. There you go, Lisa. What are you doing? Where's the other transmission fluid here? Because he's just going to eat a star. That's good enough. That's all he needs tonight. You want to do a star? Smoke it or eat? Oh, you can't. She can't smoke? Oh, you don't smoke? Nothing? No. My wife don't smoke reefer. What do you want me to do? Light her on fire? It's okay. People don't smoke. It's okay. But it's nice. Some people drink. Some people fucking. Whatever you do. As long as you do something. Don't walk around telling people. Don't be doing those fucking surgical medical pills telling people I'm sober. You ain't dick. I can't focus. I can't do this. I can't do that. You can do it all. You can do whatever the fuck you want in this life. That's all bullshit. Look at those little Jewish kids. They eat peanuts. There's no peanut allergies over there in fucking Israel. Why? You tell me.
That's the king of marijuana, medical marijuana.
Where?
Israel.
Really?
Yeah, that's what all the research is being done.
You see what I'm saying? You learn something new every day. That's why the Jews are so chill. They don't bother nobody. They count their 20s. What we got here? Oh, this shit's good too. This shit's real good too. Oh shit. Oh shit. 1, 2. 1, 2. Those are 125s a piece. The other ones I gave you are 200 a piece. Half to start off with. When you see where the other one takes you, you got an 8 ball, you don't do the whole thing, right? Same thing. You do a couple bumps, see what the fuck's crack-a-lacking. You never fucking know. You can't do it. That's it. Break it. Take some time, but everybody's happy. Nobody dies of a fucking heart attack. And we all live to see another day. Isn't that the point of the fucking operation? Yes, it is. That's the point of the operation, people. Fuck yeah. Wu-Tang's out. What are you gonna do? You gonna show up with a firecracker or a fucking grenade? What do you want to do? You're gonna show up with a firecracker or a fucking grenade? What are you gonna do? You tell me. Number 1 rule, THC, hydrate. You don't want to have no problems, you gotta fucking hydrate. You gotta keep drinking that water. Bang it out. I got hypnotized today. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I think smoking a joint is the equivalent to getting hypnotized. But what are you gonna do? What time you got, Lisa? Oh shit. What? Oh shit. And you thought it was gonna be up. What happened? Somebody's out there? Oh yeah, you can smoke a cigarette. Nobody bothered. And you thought it was gonna be a fucking ho-hum night. Shame on you. Whenever the church is in your horizon, you gotta start thinking outside the fucking box. Because you don't know, like, players like DB is gonna show up. It's lit. Man, little side, he already lit. Fucking, we gotta eat some stars too, Lee. Don't think it's gonna. Yeah, we gotta eat a few stars. Yeah. 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 48 Hours was on last night. Fucking good movie. What happened, beautiful? Look at that, you got tails and everything. Oh my God, yeah. They're in cage too. Like the candle leave now. They'll be superstitious and shit. Couple stars to add to the dilemma. You know what I'm saying? Listen, guys, if you're gonna fucking run, all right? If you're gonna dilly-dally, go hang out with dilly-dallies. We don't fucking dilly-dally here. You understand me? I know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. There's no big fucking secret. You people are like, what's this? There's no secret. It's just good friends getting together, doing what you do, smoking some reefer, talking. That's it. Nobody gets their feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? Blood's the fucking death here. Rolled by a Detroit fucking hitman. You understand me? This is the nephew to the fucking Tommy Hearns over here. What are you fucking nuts? You're gonna sit there and look, spark it up. Spark it the fuck up tonight. Tonight's a good night. February 20th. I'm 54 in a day. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep that lung fucking moving, Jack. I'm gonna pay for this tomorrow when I'm doing fucking jumping rope. Fuck it. You only got one fucking life, people. Live it. And then you can have stories. Live it. And you can say, I did this. But if you sit there on a fucking computer, tweeting all fucking day, what are you going to tell stories about tweeting? I had a good day one day. I tweeted this dude, and he tweeted me back. Who gives a fuck? Get out there, stab a motherfucker. Sling dick with 2 hands, roll dice, do something. It's better than just fucking sitting there complaining all fucking day about society and What's Trump doing? And what's Hillary gonna do now? Who gives a fuck? If you knew what you were gonna fucking do, you don't give a fuck about what Hillary's gonna do. She's worth $92 million. What do you give a fuck about Hillary? You people worry about the wrong fucking people. Get it together, cocksuckers. Anyway. Old dirty bastards in there, this motherfucker. Is he still alive? No, he's dead. He died too, old dirty bastard. That crack got him.
Old dirty bastard? That was my song. Like, maybe I got your money. That's the one song I know, but I knew I love it.
Fuck yeah. We're taking you back tonight, motherfuckers. Detroit, get up. Get up. Kid Rock is in Detroit. I got my main man. DB right here. You understand, man? These motherfuckers don't even know where the name DB came from and shit. DB was one of fucking Castellanos type guys. Sammy the Bull killed him. He owned a company called fucking, when I was a kid, there was this big tire company that was like a Goodyear, but all around. He owned that company.
You know what I'm saying? Straight up and down till we get the goal. We gonna keep on. Because we trying to do all this. We trying.
His name was Di Bernardo. That's why they called him DB.
We understand, affiliate ourselves with the big ass, and you know, we're trying to make our own shit.
What do you want to do? You're gonna fucking sit there. You're gonna fucking look around the room, spark it.
For the custom, man, we gonna keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. That's just the way it's gonna have to go down. I feel bad. I feel bad.
It's starting early.
And don't make. And Lee's been asking me, Joey, we're gonna do acid tonight. I really want to do some acid. I told him, Lee, we can't do it every fucking day. You understand? There's gotta be you gotta draw a line in the sand. It cannot be a party every fucking day. That's true. So you leave it up to Lee, he wants to see, see another one.
What is happening, Joe?
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with?
Yeah, usually worm this shit and I put it in my blood.
Yeah, no. It just fucks my lungs, those things. I start coughing and shit.
That's good, buddy. Well, at least smoke. Enjoy yourself, man. You faster so quick, man.
Oh.
He's been in the house for 4 fucking days.
This is dedicated to the niggas that was down from day one. Welcome to Death Row.
Like we always do about this time.
Like we always do about this time. Are you fucking kidding me? Bam! The Chronic motherfuckers. A complete different situation. Summer 94. 94 maybe. 90. No. 93 maybe. This is it. G's up, O's down. If that bitch can't swim, look at his face. Look at Dr. Dre's face. I tell people on that day, Dr. Dre should have been the president of the United States. On that day. On that day. On that day. When they took this picture, he could have been the first black president. I tell you this as sincerely as I can. Look at his face. He could have done anything. Anything fucking black kid from Compton and shit. Could have done anything. That could be you. On that day, he could have been president of the United States. You understand me? That's how big he was on that day. He didn't hear nothing special. Now look at him. $200 million for fucking earphones. He owns fucking that Ram team. Love you no more.
You's a penguin looking motherfucker.
You's a penguin looking motherfucker. What? Hell yeah. Oh shit. This is just too much. This is history. This is like American history. This is American history right here. It's changed everything. I remember I was the first person. I still remember. We used to smoke with, listen and shit when it came out. When an album was an album. Used to be my homie, used to be my ace. Now I wanna slap the taste out your mouth. Fucking me, not fucking you, little hoe. What? Let you slide. Let me ride. Just another homicide. There's me, so I can talk on. Oh shit. These guys knew nothing about nothing. They knew nothing about nothing. They put their pants on one leg at a time. You think they gave a fuck about Trump or black brutality? They give a fuck. Well, they blame this down. Nothing. Nothing. Meanwhile, you're sitting there lying to yourself. Oh, my daughter's gonna grow up with no self-esteem. This comes from no self-esteem. Listen. Yippee yo, yippee. Are you fucking kidding me? So look at your notebook and stop fucking around. Motherfuckers don't know nothing about nothing. Listen to this. You think they gave a fuck about racism, whatever? They said they did something. They didn't protest. They went and they got in the studio. They smoked fucking 19 blunts. I heard she wasn't. Oh, fuck your mama. We're talking about you and me, toe to toe. Oh shit. But you might put vicious. And the rhymes you were kicking were quite delicious. You get for you think they had food and bitches when they did this? There was nothing.
She's been waiting for you. How you living, pimp? Yo, how are you? Oh, that sucks.
Step on up.
We ain't no motherfucking joke, so remember the name. Mighty, mighty D.R. Yeah, motherfucker.
Pop a nicotine gum now. Stop. Because I used to hang with Easy. What else? So my dick's got to fit. Now you might not understand me. Spotty got it. Get it together, cocksuckers. It's fucking 10-8, and we're already in the murky waters. And you're still thinking about it, reading High Times. Go fuck yourself. '95 was Biggie. 93 was Gin and Juice. 94, 93. I was back to back. Outdoing each other. Let me show you what we're doing. Let me show you the weed we're smoking here. 95. Easy, you need a big fat dick. This is fucking crazy. What do you want to do? 10 minutes of podcast, what do you want to do? Danny Brown's in the house, Lisa Ayat's in the house. What? Oh shit. Here we go. Creeping. You wanna make noise, make noise. I'll make a phone call, my niggas coming like the Golly Boys. What? Motherfucker, I'm Dre. Oh shit. Hey, look. You see what I'm saying? This is fucking tremendous here. Get your shit together with the Voodoo Lounge. Google it and show up, bitch. It's your type of night. If not, we'll see you in 15 minutes at youtube.com/C/oh-shit/Joey Diaz. Be there or be square. What is it? youtube.com/C/Joey Diaz. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. We'll be back in 15. Stay black. I love you. See you in Minneapolis. What Thursday night, 8 o'clock. Don't fuck around. The Prince of State will be there.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. He took PCP though. The Church of What's Happening Now is presented by On It. This show is brought to you by NatureBox. Start snacking smarter with NatureBox. NatureBox recently made their service even better than before. Now you can order as much or as little as often as you want with no minimum purchase. Go to naturebox.com/Joey right now to get half off. That's 50% off of your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 200 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Go to ZipRecruiter.com right now /church to try it for free. That's right. Our listeners can try posting their jobs for free on ZipRecruiter by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Oh shit. I tossed some tang. Monday, February 20th.
Oh shit.
Church of What's Happening Now. Proud to present my main man, Danny Brown, without a frown.
That's right. What up, dog?
Lee Sayat. Kick that mule, Lee.
That's right.
A black suit and a cane like my own. Fuck that shit. Oh shit.
That's how the stars make you feel.
Oh shit. It's on, cocksuckers. What's going on, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey coming at you on a beautiful Monday night. Post my 54th birthday. Nice time at the store. Nice weekend with the family. Went to the school dance.
How was that?
Fucking tremendous. High as fuck. I walked in there. Not reeking. I ate edibles. I walked in there. I had my hands in my pocket. I didn't bother nobody. To church, you know, the fucking hoop. Kids running around. And all of a sudden, this dad came over. He's like, hey, man, listen to the podcast. What's going on? He goes, I wish I had a flask right now.
That's right.
And that's the, you know, I started talking to this dude that was an FBI agent. He's married to a Cuban chick. So my kid and her kid plays together. So I started, my wife told me, she goes, if he comes over, you know, he's an FBI guy. He can't fucking, so you got to be cool. But I talked to him for a long time. He was cool. Both went to the University of Colorado. And everything was fine. My daughter was fine till the fucking helium balloon went to the ceiling. And that little bitch lost it. You understand? My poor little daughter just lost it.
Oh, man.
Her cheeks got red. Fucking, she was yelling. But you know what? 7:30, she's done anyway. She's done at 7:30.
Afternoon time.
Yeah. At one point, I grabbed her arm. I go, she came over. She goes, Daddy. And I touched her heart. And you could feel it about to go out of the fucking shirt. And her eyes were like wiggling. Her cheeks were red. She was fucking going.
Do you think they just don't like it? They get a little overwhelmed. And
They
just
don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't know till they stop and they catch their breath. And then she had the balloon. Once the whole fucking balloon went up to the ceiling. And then everything was good for about 20 minutes. But every 5 minutes, you look at that fucking balloon. And you try to figure out a way how to get the balloon. And finally, we just took her home. But it was great. I was in town, and I had the opportunity to do that with her.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
And I gotta tell you something, man. It was the best part of my week.
Yeah.
All week I waited for Friday night for that fucking dance. As dumb as it fucking sounds.
No, that's not dumb at all. Shit, like you said, man. You don't do that type of shit, she gonna be around, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's
Doing some weird
that's the
shit.
truth. That's
Watching
the truth.
wild, you know what I'm saying? So
You gotta spend
time, especially, with girls, though. I think that's the most important thing about it. It's one thing, we got boys, but girls, like, they just look up to their dad way more than any other man. You set the trait for whatever man they want to be with, everything in their life. You know what I'm saying?
The
So
blueprint.
it's the blueprint. It's to start with the dad. You know what I'm saying? So
She follows me, guys. She's at a different age now where in 3 or 4 months I won't be smoking dope at the house no more.
yeah.
I just know it because she watches my hands. She knows I go outside.
Oh, yeah, she goes up. Kids, you can't hide too much from them. No, they're not.
Stupid.
They way smarter than what we think they are.
So, and I don't want her to smell it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want her to see
See,
it.
that was the thing about me. From the time I remember this, man, my mom smoked weed from the time I
Me
remember.
Me too.
I remember just coming home from school, just loving that smell, to be honest. Like, damn, it really make me hungry.
It's so weird how moms have changed, how we judge our moms. Maybe my mom did smoke weed, but she covered a lot of the bases that people don't get covered today.
Oh, yeah, facts.
With their children. A lot of people don't cover those bases. My mom smoked weed and she covered certain bases that there's times I'm pissed at her for covering those bases at that age because it gives you that peek behind the curtain and the element of surprise. But at the same time, she covered a lot of good bases and she smoked weed. She smoked weed. I had a godfather who really enjoyed weed. You ever see a motherfucker who just smokes weed?
Yeah, I'm telling you,
and that's a party for him.
That's like pretty much my whole family. My whole family we pretty much a drug. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no
my
drinking?
Uncle always did. My aunt was a crazy drinker. You know what I'm saying? But she got to slow down now because she's starting to have trouble and shit. But for the most part, my uncle always did heroin and shit. Like, he was doing heroin since he was 16. So yeah, that and I don't know, but smoking weed, so that was always the less of the anything.
So, what age do you remember seeing people smoke weed?
5.
Yeah, I can't remember not.
My godfather would pick me up.
A time of me not even not smelling it. Like, it always just, my house just smelled like weed all the time.
No, I remember being 5 and going with my godfather to a movie theater, and before the movie, we'd pull over on the street and do the whole thing. You get the daily news with the brown envelope, and I'd be sitting there going, why is this motherfucker rolling his own cigarettes? He could just go to the fucking store and buy a pack, And then he would smoke it. And from being at my mom's bar, I knew it wasn't cigarettes regular people smoke.
Yeah.
You figure it out.
That smell.
That's not that. And then his eyes would get red, but he would get really fucking giggly and shit. And he was a Spanish dude that was probably in his early 30s. His English was very broken, but he always had a white girlfriend. And after the movie theater, we'd go back to her house, and they'd smoke again. She'd be giggling, hey, and he'd go, it was the late 60s, early 70s. Everybody got high. So I'd go over there, and they'd smoke again in front of me, and they'd get giggly. And I just make a mental note. Don't smoke that shit. Because it'll make you fucking giggly, And then I would go home and see my mom and my babysitter smoke.
Oh, shit.
What?
That's the same, I guess. I'm the same situation. I'm kind of the same situation. I swear.
That's how I knew, but I didn't say nothing to nobody. I didn't say nothing to nobody. And then when you get to kindergarten, they take you to the police station in New York. And they fucking fingerprint you.
No, we didn't do that type of shit.
They give you a little badge.
They got extra, you know what I'm saying? They got more, I don't know, more phones to be able, because I don't remember that type of stuff.
They give you a little badge to make you, they do it to...
So you like the cops, right?
Yeah, so you like the cops. And they also shoot a gun, and you get to take the target. But it's funny, I asked the fucking cop, officer, sometimes I'm walking down the street and I smell funny stuff. And he was like, that's marijuana. So I always knew from the cop what my mother and my godfather was smoking, but I never said nothing. It's not like I went out in the street and said nothing. Until one day my mom sat me down and she goes, this is marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
It gets you fucked up.
See, I never even had that conversation.
Yeah, we had that conversation.
My conversation came, I remember when I started smoking weed. I feel like I started smoking weed on the regularly, probably around like 14, 15. So, and I remember be telling my mom's probably didn't have weed or something. And I come in the house smelling like weed and she'd be like, you better share that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's how our weed conversation started. And then, I just started smoking with my mom in high school. Like, about a year.
You still cool with your mom?
Yeah, my mom's living with me, actually. I just bought her house, actually, though. So she's about to get ready to move. She don't know it yet, though. She about to get a body there.
Where is she now?
I mean, we still live in Michigan.
But is she in a bad neighborhood now?
No, she live in me. She live in me in my house. I live in,
But what neighborhood did you come from originally?
No, from me, I came from Linwood, born and raised, like west side of Detroit. Then we moved to the east side of Detroit.
How was that?
The west side of Detroit, to me, I liked it more because it was more about I guess better. It's more like suburban, I felt like, Like then when I moved to the east side, it was like gangs and shit like that. Like the west side was all about like you was the cool kid if you dress nice. Then you go to the east side, you was the cool kid if you knew how to fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it was about. So I don't know. I mean, I didn't really like to fight too much. So I couldn't take the east side. You know what I'm saying? So I went back to the west side.
This is a stupid question, I'm sorry, but the only thing I know about rap in Detroit is 8 Mile.
That's 8 Mile is what separates Detroit from the suburbs.
Okay, got it. So where's east and west? Like what's the
east? I mean, that's just in Detroit in general, like the east side and the west. Like it's an east 8 Mile and it's a west 8 Mile.
Oh, gotcha.
You feel me? So just east side and west side. You know what I'm saying? So, but the east side of Detroit is a little more tougher. They're a little more like just grimier, just more blue, like the east side type of guys that had like $10,000 in their pocket but look like a bum. You feel me? And you meet a guy from the west side, he look like $1 million and ain't got a penny. You feel me? And that's just always with the logic of it. So I come from both sides and I gained and learned a lot from both sides a little bit, to be honest. It kind of molded me to be who I am. I'm kind of glad that I was able to experience both sides of Detroit because I couldn't just imagine just living on the west side all my life. I wouldn't have been tough a little because when I moved to the east side and then been through all the shit I was going through, motherfuckers beating me up and shit, jumping everywhere I go, you know what I'm saying? So by the time I moved back to the motherfucking west side, I felt like them niggas was soft. Like everybody was like, just a little soft. And I wasn't really just trying to be tough. And then I wanted to dress and just be fresh like them too. Just all about going shopping. We just always wanted to have the new sneakers. Just go get the Jordans, like shit like that. So I didn't want to be on that. Niggas on the east side they was already breaking the houses. And like I'm talking about just like middle school though, like 14, 15, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I went to elementary school on the west side, then my mom's moved to the east side in middle school. When we moved over there, like I said, it was like gangs and shit. And I don't know, it was kind of weird. Because I guess that was a phase in the 90s, if you think about it, once that whole blood and Crip shit probably like went. Because I bet you that shit probably happened like in a lot of different cities where it's like, because that shit is like real out here. That's where origin at. But then they was faking it out there. But people really lost their lives and shit over that shit. Because I remember it was like fake Bloods and Crips and like 2 people got killed. It wasn't no more game hanging out.
Crazy.
They stopped game hanging.
Let me.
Now it's not, you can't find a Bloods and Crips in Detroit. Right?
Let me simplify this because I know you did some time.
Yeah.
I knew nothing about that world till I did time.
Yeah.
And then when I started doing time, I became very tight with a Crip because at that time, the mid 80s, remember when that dude, what's that documentary of the dude who brought coke into Compton?
Rick Ross.
Rick Ross, whatever. So for some reason in those days, the people who were bringing coke to Colorado, to the urban communities, the black communities in Nevada and downtown Denver, with the Crips.
Yeah, it's still going down to the day.
There's rumors that there was a quarterback that played for the Buffaloes, and he was in college, and he was like a Crip. So on the weekends, he would drive to L.A., pick up coke to bring to Boulder. But this kid that I did time with, this Torrey kid, we became tight. I mean, we would in each other's cells every night talking shit, telling stories, listening to Too Short, the whole fucking thing.
That's right.
And it was very interesting. It was very interesting to me. Would I join it? I'm not there. I'm not there. But the way he put it down,
that shit was like they born into that.
They're
shit.
born into that.
So it's like your family, like you don't know nothing else. Type, this is what it is. So I can say out there it was fake, but people really went to jail or did dumb shit. They probably regret doing. You know what I'm saying? People lost their lives. I remember that shit, and it was kind of wild over there for a minute.
You ever watch those gangland shows?
I love that shit. I love America's Most Evil. That's my favorite show right there.
When you see those kids on MSNBC, Saturday late night, you come back from doing a show, you're scrolling through your TV.
You watch them jail shows and shit.
Those jail shows.
Some of them be a little fake to me. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them seem
a little weird. Yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah,
some of them seem weird because they're too calm.
When I was in jail, I wouldn't, and the camera came in there. I don't know how I would. I know you'd be so bored in there. I probably would act like a goddamn fool to be.
Well, I mean, they kind of do. I mean, and just coming from like.
When I think about it, I just had to have a revelation. I probably would have acted a goddamn fool because you'd be so goddamn bored just waiting on anything. I remember it was a point in time like I was on one floor, and you could like look out the window to our floor, and you could see the girl prison floor too. So we'd just look at the floor, we just show her titties and shit, jerking off in the window and shit. Motherfucker got caught, sent to other floors and shit. But you always wanted to go to that floor where you could look and see the bitches from your window. It's like in our county, Wayne County Jail, because like the female in the male prison, like right now each other. But you can get on this one floor and you can see this is one window. So everybody when you get to that.
How much time did you do?
I did 8 months in the county.
Let me ask you.
But I was the dumbest ever because I got.
How old were you when you got arrested?
Like maybe 19. For my first case, I called it distribution and manufacturing. The dumbest shit ever.
And that's crack.
No, with weed. I sold crack forever. That was the worst part of it. It never got in trouble. We used to get. I was selling crack like it started for me like just normal shit. Like I said, hanging out, trying to be cool, just doing too much, and just caring more about being fresh and actually caring about clothes. I mean, than actually caring about school and stuff. Hey, in one place. So then I think just hanging out with the wrong crowd. I guess I don't know. I can't say it's the wrong crowd because you're just impressionable as a kid.
Were you like? What was it like when you went to prison? Like even when you just found out, Joey said he was.
Oh, with me? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I got to get to this story to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? So with me, it was like one day my homeboy was just like, "Fuck it," he had came into some money, so he was trying to flip his money a little bit, So like, fuck the school shit. I'm about to get some work, and I'm about to put it down. You want to fuck with me? You want to do something? So we got like this apartment building. You know what I'm saying? And I was terrified. Like I ain't, I think I was like I was like 17, 18 maybe. So you telling me pretty much I'm about to run my own crack house pretty much because you're not about to be around. You just putting the money up to do it. You feel me? So I'm the one got to sit there all the time, So we get the apartment, end up finding a place where the landlord was like a crackhead. So that's how we got the building in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So we got the apartment, and it was slow for maybe like a month, maybe 2 months, And we maybe had kind of like an eighth, it's crack days, So we got it cooked up, did the normal way we did supposed to do. Slow, not doing nothing, but we found this one crackhead named Chicken Wing. And we call him Chicken Wing because he just had his hand.
It was all fucked up.
You know what I'm saying? So he would tell, other crackheads about it, and we just did a special, 3 for 10, dime rocks. Just lost out on like a batch because we had it for so long anyway. So I fucking did 3 for 10s just to get our name out there. And once we did that, it just took off. Empire, like some shit I could never even explain.
You cannot explain.
To the point where I had to like grab other kids from school. Like I had to go to school because I was in there by myself. It was just me in there with a gun. And I remember one night, I'm just after so long, I got comfortable a little bit, I guess. I remember one night waking up late and I just, woke up and, knock on the doors, just serving the lady. And I had the gun just right there, like on the table. And she's like, you better watch yourself a little bit. I was asleep on the floor, and I thought about that. Like, damn, she could have just picked up that pistol. You know what I'm saying? Took the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? So ever since then, I was a little more tighter. So then I ended up start going back to school and shit and recruited a couple more homies. And then we started off like that. And we ran that spot for about a good maybe 2 years. Like,
2 years selling crack like this. Like they
You
became
have no
millionaires.
idea, Lee.
They
Okay,
became millionaires. Like me, I never had the mindset of a drug dealer. I don't think I never thought about that shit. So I was just getting my money and just buying clothes and just spending it on just random shit. I didn't even realize how much money I was even making. To the point when I recruited other motherfuckers and I looked in 2 weeks, they was buying cars and putting rims on them, getting apartments and how, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't even thinking on that level, you know? I was just spending my money just, partying.
All right, so you got an ounce of coke, 28 grams.
Mm-hmm.
You pay $800 for it. How do we make
it? Was
up?
$750. Yeah,
All right, so $750. Let's just say $800. We put.
I usually chop up $1,200, so I chop up $1,200 in stones. We're talking about an ounce of crack.
All right, let's say we have an ounce of coke. How do I turn it into crack?
You got to go get it cooked. You know what I'm
How
saying?
do we cook it?
So you got to find a special cook, which was like me. I fuck with my uncle, but my homie. He used to fuck with his one dude, and So you want the special guy who could bring your shit back a little extra. You know how to cook it back where you can bring some extras.
Right.
And sometimes trying to bring it back extra end up fucking up the whole batch.
Right.
Because I remember so many times having the fucked up batch, and that motherfucker slow. You can't get that shit. I mean, one time we had some motherfucking. He had the coke in his girl purse, and it was around her perfume. And the perfume was something absorbing the coke, and then when he cooked it up, it was fucked up. When we were trying to say, they was calling that shit Michael Jordan cologne. That's when the Michael Jordan cologne just came out. So they said we were trying to sell a Michael Jordan cologne.
We got an ounce of powder, which is 28 grams. What am I looking for to get back from that? When I'm in the crack world.
In the crack world, like I said, with me, it's breaking it down, telling you, all you got is an ounce. You can't do nothing but try to sell that in stones. You're gonna sell it in 8 bars. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I would take it. All right, I had a buddy. So I had a buddy who I give him $8,500,
mm-hmm.
and he'd give me back 11 ounces of coke. That were beautiful, fucking beautiful. We take 1 ounce out of the gold, and we throw fucking 4 in there, and he'd do this fucking thing, and he'd put it in the oven, with aluminum foil around it.
I ain't never heard of this.
And he took it out. And it was still an inch. He called it re-rocking it.
Yeah.
And he would take an inch. It was an inch thick. And then we would break it. And he'd take the walls off. And that's what we would snort, like fucking around the walls so they wouldn't see the walls on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you picked up the rocks, you could still see the shine.
Yeah, thanks.
So that was his chemical breakdown for it. It was still great coke. It was great coke. Nobody knew. I would take it to Colorado. But I had friends who were in the crack business, and they told me they would get a paint can and put 4 ounces of coke in there and put like turpentine. Something fuck. This is 85. This is the shit they were serving up at 85.
Okay.
And you get 4 ounces or 2 ounces of that crack, and you break it up into, $10 stones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he'd make, $3,000 a day off that.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
See, that's how it was with me. I was getting, like I say, I get at my max, because it started off with just me getting an 8 bar. You know what I'm saying? I get an 8 bar, which I think you give me
3.5.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to give him 100 back. You know what I'm saying? So I chop up 15. So 150, make a 50 off it. Usually we try to double, but we want the biggest homes because there was more apartments in that building. I told you the landlord was a crackhead.
Right.
So now
so you're like your own cool Jack City.
Yeah, it's like fucking New Jack City. So you know it now. It's like 3 apartments in there. You know what I'm
just
saying?
fucking work and give the guy fucking 20,
so
20
now,
a day in coke. Right?
So now, so if he gives me an 8 bar, and it was I had to chop up 15 songs. I give him. We probably, like I said, I remember one time I could somebody would knock on the door because we had 2. We ended up to the point we had 2 apartments, like an apartment building across from each other, and we kept the work in that one, and we would do that. And I remember just going in the hallway, and in that time, selling 3 8 bars in stones, before they even chopped up, just before I even went back into the other one, just from motherfuckers coming in the hallway. That's how crazy. This was late 90s, so 98, 99. That had to be the end of the crack era, though. Because no one, I feel like there's no new crackheads now. No one just thinks right now.
No, they're doing other shit now. People still smoking crack, but I guarantee they go home.
I want to try crack.
Listen, 85 in New York City, you'd make a right turn off of Main Street. Let me give you an example. Let's say you were driving on Broadway on 181st Street, and you made a right turn. Within 2 blocks, 2 blocks. Like within a block, you'd see motherfuckers in the corner just looking at you weird. And they're the ones that don't tell you nothing. They want you to come up to them and ask them for directions. Then you go, what are you looking for? And they're like, I'm looking to get high. What do you need? I got it right now. But if you went down another block, the more you went away from that, you looked at the savages. Lee, they're the ones that run up to your car and hold your rearview mirror. What's up? Let me get motherfucking 2 ounces of coke. Yo, Flacco, come on over here. Let me see the cash. You ain't a cop, right? No, I ain't a cop. Let's do this shit. Bam. When you come on the block from now on, ask for Danny B. I'm here all day from 12 to 12. Lee, it was a business that was being run on the street. And there was 10 motherfuckers on the same street fighting for the same nickel. And guess what? They would all go home with pockets fat.
And do the cops just not care? Do they not know? Are they?
They know.
You play that game. It's just part of the game. They coming. They gonna come one day. You gonna get caught one day. One day you gonna beat them. One day it's just a part of the game. You know.
See, but it's not a game though. You
but every day you're not thinking about that. Like that was just not nothing. You're just thinking about the money.
You're not even there anymore, Danny. And I'm worried for you. Like it just. That's scary.
I'm so away from that life.
I'm away from
I'm 36 years old, about to be in March. You know what I'm saying? So I'm so far that we talking about 98, 99, like back in that, like that shit was so fucking. But anyway, like that shit got fucked over. Like you saying, we end up being those savages on the block because we ain't had that apartment no more.
And those savages would just get those guys never had dick, and now they're giving them an opportunity to make 300 cash a day. They don't even go home. Those dudes don't even go home because they ain't nothing at home but a fan and a floor. Why go home? I'll stay out here all fucking night.
That's how it is.
That's how it is. You don't go home because you might miss the right dude that comes over with $100,000 that comes over to get coke for his whole neighborhood or weed for his whole neighborhood. Because then after a while, you become the guy, Lee. I don't like going into the city. I'm scared. Okay, no problem. Those $20 bags you like, they became 40. Because now you're going into the city, Lee. You became friends with Danny.
Yeah.
And as soon as Danny sees you on the block, you page him before you come over. He's out there waiting for you. What is it about? Guess what? Nobody will say a fucking word to you on that street. Nobody will try to rob you on that street. No, you'll get, if you have a lot on you, somebody will get in the car and follow you to that fucking bridge. It's amazing how much they protect you because you are their livelihood. Danny's not going to call me and go, Joey, went on the corner for a Volkswagen with a short little Jew in there and hit him in the head with a stick and take the drugs. There's no money in that. They want you to keep coming back. It's such a weird.
It's a business. It's a business. It's all it is. There's no other way to bring it down.
What we did in '85.
But the fucked up part about it is that, like, me, like I said, all that savage, like, I didn't never get caught. No trouble, like you said, with the police. I didn't go to jail for that. I went to jail for weed.
That's crazy.
That's what got me locked up, was selling weed. But I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you sell crack, it's so sketchy and it's so, it's a real world. We know what you're dealing with when you fucking with that type of shit. You know what you involved with. With weed, it's your homies. It's lead. It's he trying to come over here and buy a bag. They pulling up the music loud. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, they coming over wild time. Crack, it's discreet. Everything was, even though we had this apartment building, it was still like, even when we used to get raided, it was a time we was getting raided like 2 times a week, but no one would never get caught because they had to get buzzed in to get into the apartment building. And who else can buzz them in but a crackhead or a person selling crack? So once they come, they at least out there 5 minutes before they even get in to even try to break the door, because the door was it was like not that type of door you can hit with the shit that's gonna open. And we would just run straight up. We would just leave out the apartment, run straight on the roof, and go out like the chimney and just sit on top of the chimney. You couldn't get us. We'd leave an ounce of weed up there. We'd just go up there, roll some blunts up, smoke till they leave, come back down, pay a crackhead to clean the motherfucker up, back up in the next night, back up in a few hours. You feel what I'm saying? That was the rule. That was the way it was. It was fun though. I should say I loved it.
I would do it all over again.
I hate to say it.
But see, I used to go down blocks that were fucking savages, like in the late '80s in New York.
See, that's a
the
different
Cuban
beast.
refugees
That's
came.
a different
When
beast.
those Marielitos came, you didn't know if they were black or fucking Cuban. And they would sit on that street and run after you. But when I got to San Francisco, the Cubans were selling weed on coke and weed on the street. And I told them, I said, guys, you're going to get nailed every fucking day. Go down to the corner and put a dice game up here. Put a dice game up there. And they looked at me all weird, the same way you did.
That's like bringing more heat, right?
I'd rather them stop for the dice game. By the time the dice game was getting broken up, the coke dude was running down the corner.
Uncle Joey, see, that's
Dog, it was and the dude was un bugarrón. The dude was one of those Cuban dudes that sold coke that used to be married with kids, but when he went to jail, he became part of that lifestyle where you just fuck men and they suck your dick, but you don't let them fuck you. So he was a Cuban dude that would be well dressed, and he'd have two dudes with wigs on and makeup and shit. And they were his point men in the operation. So I would tell him to hide the coke in the bumpers. Right? Listen to me. No, you know I'm the real deal, Holyfield. And he would smack them and their wig would fall off on the street. Like he was domestic violence. It was 1985. You get domestic violence whoever you wanted. He was domestic violence, seeing these Afro-fags. He would smack them open-handed, like if they brought the wrong liquor.
Why is that domestic violence? That's
because you can't be smacking people like that. But he had a wig. He had a wig on. It counts for something. And in those days, there was no
just battery.
Dog, in those days, there was no LGBT community.
No,
he would just smack them.
He didn't know. Sort of like the
he would just smack them in the street if they fucked anything up. Anything, and they would be there with him. There would be like two guys dressed up as women. And they would be side by side, and he'd be selling coke, and nobody would say dick to him because he was one of those Marielitos, the ones that came in 1980 with Scarface, those crazy motherfuckers.
So would you see them around town just with black eyes? And, like would you see them beat up around town?
All the time. He would choke them in public.
Oh my God.
He would do the weirdest fucking kick them, drop kick them.
What was they doing for him?
He had an apartment where they both lived, and he would take them up in the daytime and give them dick. Pay for the bill, and they would hide his drugs. Everybody knew that his drugs were hidden upstairs in these two gay dudes' apartment. This was fucking nuts. This was fucking the street of nuts.
But I bet I could, in some sense, but I bet you they could hold water more than a female in that certain situation. I could trust a man to hold my work instead of a woman.
He would travel with them too. He would take them to Miami to pick up the blow. He would travel with them like they were fucking.
I guess that was his logic. I'm trying to take him out. You know what I'm saying?
It's fucking crazy. When you walked in there, you said something, and I've been dying to ask you, what is a fucking mixtape? That's how fucking old I am.
Okay.
Break it down for Uncle Joey. What's a mixtape?
In art, I guess a mixtape would just be, and back in the day, it would be you would take other people's beats. It's just freestyle, though, bro, because you didn't have that good of production as accessible to you, you know. So you taking whatever the top industry beats is, and if you can do it as good as an industry rapper at that point, it will show how good you is, you know. So making a mixtape was a good point to show how good you was in the rapper, like maybe early 2000s.
You know, do me a favor, play OPP for a second.
You know what OPP?
I just want to ask you a question. I just want to learn something.
Stretch, Naughty by Nature.
I just went to, when I go to Edgewater, I stay in Edgewater. When I go to Jersey, when I do New York,
yeah, Stretch, Jersey, all there. Yeah.
I see him at, he don't live in the hood no more. He lives in Edgewater now. What? Now, who is he paying?
Other people's property. This song is talking about fucking other niggas' bitches.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
I hear Michael Jackson's.
Oh.
Is this a mixtape right here?
No, this is an album. No,
I know this is an album.
They had to clear that sample.
Now, how much they paid for that sample?
Shit, a lot of fucking money. That's why that song's a big hit. They paid it. I bet he probably didn't even make no money off this song. That's a commercial. That's what I call it. When you use a fucking sample that is so expensive that you're not even gonna be able to clear no money, or even like if you use it like me, like with my last album, I like used a part from Jay-Z and Kanye song on Dip. where I say, "Don't let me enter my zone." And just off that alone, I don't even own that record no more. Like, they make more money off that record than I could. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just from using that little part. And then just out here, or the dip part. That was like the DJ Nasty part from Atlanta. Like, you can't do it. Like, that's why I never would do that shit ever.
Okay, so
With making music.
is that a mixtape right there, OPP?
No, that's from their album. That's from their debut album, actually. That was the first single from their album. But if we talking about mixtapes, became popular probably like 2000, early 2000s.
All right, so a mixtape.
But at first, a mixtape was from DJs. That was DJs just finding the exclusive records from top rappers. To the point where like they were stealing records. Like back in like, let's say, mid 90s, early 90s to late 90s. You know what I'm saying? That was when the mixtape in New York, that was the mixtape scene was cracking. Because I remember like, if a motherfucker went to New York and came back with like a DJ Clue mixtape, and they would, you know what I'm saying, come back and you would hear that shit, it would have shit on there that you could never, just before the internet. So that was how you heard shit you would never, because I guess hearing demo versions, because sometimes you would hear a song and you would end up hearing the real version of that song when the album came out, and it was like damn near two different worlds. He was like, damn, I liked the mixtape version better. So I guess in the demo version, or sometimes just hearing like, I guess, exclusive. Sometimes people leaking records to the DJ, giving them because that DJ that hot at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like a DJ back in the day, it was like DJ Clue. You know, then it was 1,000 DJs. I remember
I'm a producer. I'm in my basement. Zigga 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 zigga. I come up with a fucking zigga zigga zigga. I put it on a mix. I put it on a fucking.
You give it to a DJ.
I give it to a DJ at a club. It just so happens just chilling with Wiz Khalifa. You hear that beat and you go, "Whose beat is that? I want that beat." You go up to the DJ. Who gets paid here?
Nobody gets paid. At this point, man, ain't no money in rap music. I really feel like.
So this tape I just made.
All that is free.
You don't give
all that is free. Nothing. With mixtapes, we're talking all free world. I mean, you're using other people's music.
No, this is my music. I'm on my basement.
Still, like with me, my first album that you consider to be my first album, which was Triple X, which it was considered to be a mixtape when it came out because it was free. But it was an album to me when I was making it. I was making an album. I had just signed my first deal with an indie label, Fool's Gold. So I was making an album. I wasn't thinking about making a mixtape.
Who paid you?
They signed me when I signed. I got a signing bonus,
and that's it.
That's it. I didn't even get a budget for this record. For that record, I didn't even have a budget for it.
Crazy fucking world,
bro. Like I had a friend that just was cool enough to just like he worked at a studio, and if I just pay him like a good ass studio, if I just pay him, then he would stay late hours and just let me record. So I would have to go to his studio maybe like 2 a.m. and record all the way to 6. So I recorded that album that I'm talking about in like 4 sessions, maybe. Like, like mixed and mastered everything, boom, turned in because I wrote it for them in like a year though. Like that's why I fucking relate to comedy so much in some sense. Because I'm more of a writer, I think, than anything. I just rap because I think that was just what I was around. But I think the writing part is what I love the most. Just being up late night and writing some shit and just singing it to myself like this some shit. And then once I record it and put it out and then seeing all the, the reviews and shit, I get back and be like, oh yeah, I was right. I knew all that hard work I put in writing and fucking every night sitting with this shit, rewriting and recording it, re-recording, So I like the writing part because I hate sitting in the studio. That's the one part I hate the most.
Now, who comes up with the beats?
With me, I have a producer in London that I work with a lot, that I connect with. His name Paul White. I work with him since like the last Triple X and so that's like my main producer I work with. And other than that, I try to work with like producers at this point that I always wanted to work with. So I reach out to like all the old school guys that like I would love to work with RZA from the Wu-Tang. You know what I'm saying? At this point. So I'm just trying to get with all the producers that I always wanted to work with at this point. But at this point, like, yeah, I work with Paul White. He's a guy in London. But he pretty much he was more into into a lot of the psychedelic shit that I was into. And that's why I connect with him. Like, cause it's like a lot of live instrumentation, you know what I'm saying? Type shit. So it ain't just a motherfucker just sampling, It's like I don't know. We're really trying to like be progressive with rap at this point.
Who are your influences?
With rap or in general.
In general, music.
Yeah, like in general, man, I would say like fucking like Nas as rap music.
Tremendous.
Nas was like, that's what I always like looked up to, because I just looked at that like the great story of like, I don't know, of what a rapper's supposed to be. Like I always say, like, a rapper can't be made. Like every day a motherfucker say I want to be a rapper. I never had that conversation with myself. Rappers are born. You know what I'm saying? I was in kindergarten and I was in show and tell. I ain't had nothing to show or tell. I ain't know. And I just said a rap randomly. And the class was lit. The class was like, that shit was dope.
Can I ask you a question, Danny? I was thinking about this, and it's.
And I just kept rapping. I swear, that's how I started rapping. Kindergarten.
Like, I was thinking about this the other day. A lot of like musicians and like when you think of guys, you don't really think of singing being like a very like manly activity. And I know rapping isn't technically like really always singing, but like I don't know, is it like tough? Is it manly to be a singer? Like
some of the best singers weren't even good singers though.
Okay.
You feel me? Like some of my favorite artists, I don't think like in that world, like I don't think Ian Curtis was a great singer. Like from Joy Division, I love Joy Division. That's like one of my favorite bands. So that's one of my biggest influences. Joy Division. That's actually my last album was just like really like influenced and like really like I guess like attributed to him in some sense. I call it Atrocity Exhibition because that first song of that Closer album, like I really just hit home with me really hard, you know. So I just took that one song and made a whole album out of it.
Who was the crackhead from the Temptations?
The crackhead,
Ruffin.
David Ruffin.
He's got a great voice.
Yeah, now that's a real sing.
When he went solo,
so you born with shit like that.
Yeah,
that's born
he
with.
Went solo, Walk Away from Love, whatever, all that shit.
I Wish It Would Rain. That's my biggest one.
Wish It Would Rain. All that shit. That's
my favorite. Temptations. Anything.
It is very masculine to sing, Lee.
It is.
You feel?
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, it's Monday. We're gonna play Tony Bennett here in a minute, and Tony.
Love Tony Bennett, man.
For decades has been doing it. But I was thinking about it the other day. It's like you both, Joey is like especially you're very much like a man. Like you like men's men, like tough things, and then just singing just seems a little bit apart from that. A little, but not like you're like a wimp. But it just I don't know. Like for a second, it doesn't really click up.
You ever heard those narco songs?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You hear them niggas singing? You go to fucking 7-Eleven and you hear some Mexican music playing, and it just sound like they just playing some fucking margarita music or something, and they really talking about chopping heads off and killing people. Like
that's true, yeah.
That is like the craziest thing in the world.
Expression has been around. You know, I love these people. Like right now, you showed up tonight. You showed up with 5 of the greatest classic rap albums of all time.
Yeah, you know how to come through it.
You know, but it's like I'm the motherfucker that tells you that rap's been around for a long time. What was that? But something fell. Oh, the album finally went.
Finally fell.
Put on Patato and Totico. Okay, this is rap in Cuba in 1960. Okay, tell me what songs are available.
All right, hold on.
How did you even know what he said?
I grew up on this.
You like this one, Agua que Pasa? No. En el Callejón.
Yeah.
Callejón. I don't know what's that.
That's the one. He's talking over conga drums. Okay.
This sounds like Narcos already.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for somebody to buy the rights to this and rap over this.
I mean, it's easy, Carl. And he was talking some gangster shit?
He's talking about his fucking neighborhood, though. He's talking about Hilda. And Hilda told him,
provided essay formatted like this that states that
I was out doing my fucking thing.
speech.
Just the translation?
And you should be able to say anything you want to anyone at any time.
No, I have definitely checked this out.
Obstructive view on the right. You should be able to threaten people.
It's just a bass and bongos.
Andy Garcia paid for the bass player to get on a Cuban. This is like when you go to a Cuban's house and you look at their record collection. If you don't have this, you just get up and leave. Because this is the heart of Cuba. This is put on the Agua Caraca.
I swear to God,
this is what the Ñañigos used to play for that.
That is the type of shit that I like to rap to.
Oh, this is the shit somebody needs to rap to.
Like minimal shit.
This is something that this album that I play all the time on here.
This sounds like a lot of rap musicians.
This is
the beginning of month.
Yo, what's going on, Sam? You pimp? How you living, baby? Sam, are we in a discussion? How you living, dog? Hello? Sam. Cheap viewers, best viewers. All they earn. What's
Still chair.
I just knew that I would pawn that guitar.
You stole everything in the
Pawn that
studio.
fucking guitar and that stuff.
Everything in the studio. But everything I say, I don't know. I think it really just with me and music. Like I love you. I love music. I'm a fan more than I think I am an artist of it.
You grew up in music at the house every Saturday.
My dad was more into house music. That's crazy.
What's house music?
House music is like dance music. Like Detroit techno, like ghetto tech, like shit like that. Just that was my life.
Moms.
Is that where
I had young parents. That's what happened. My mom's was 18. My dad was 16 when I was born.
Grandma and grandparents, you never go over there. They got
my grandparents. My dad's mom is Filipino, so that's that whole world.
Okay.
So I got that Filipino world, and then my mom's is black. So yeah, my grandma is still living, but I never met my grandpops, none of my granddads, and none of my dad. There's never really a lot of men in my family. I had one uncle who was in jail all the time, and then I had another uncle who was my auntie's boyfriend, my mom's older sister, and he's pretty much like he's been more influential, like far as like than probably anybody in my life, to be honest. You know, my dad's like I said, he had me at 16, so yeah. Then he had 4 kids, like he had 3 kids back to back. Like my dad was a criminal. I think about it I think about it all the time. Like he was really kind of like he was crazy.
What, like 16 and 20? He had a kid every year?
He had 16, 17, 18. Then he stopped a year. Then he had one at 19. So by 20, he had 4 kids.
different fucking world, my friend.
So imagine being Ray.
Different fucking world, my friend. You know what? When I listen to your music, all right, first off, we came in here one day and go, some dude, Danny Brown, wants to be on the podcast.
Facts.
I thought it was a white dude. So for a month, people are yelling at Danny Brown on there. I kept thinking Danny Brown was the white dude Rogan had on that smoked joint after joint after joint.
Blood after blood after blood.
What's the white dude that he?
That's my
Do
song.
you want me to say it?
Don't worry about it. Don't say it.
Yeah, so white dude.
I didn't know. He comes in here, Danny Brown.
Yeah.
Listen, if I want Eminem, I'll fucking call him. All right? I thought it was a white dude. If I want Eminem, I'll send him a fucking telegram. All right? So I go home one night. I'm stoned to the fucking gills.
He's loyal about weird things.
Right? And, yeah, I don't need no white rapper. First of all, I invented the white rapper in 1985. You're looking at him right here. Joey Diaz invented the white rapper at the Sheridan on 52nd and fucking 7th. I broke it down for this black dude and a white dude that were from a record label. I was bartending, and I said to them, listen, the fucking, the two guys in Brooklyn. Who are the two guys in Brooklyn, 85?
Beastie Boys?
No. Way before the Beastie Boys. I told the other dudes, fucking Snap, Pop, Crackle, and Pop. What's his name? Come on, my Adidas.
Oh, Run DMC.
Run DMC. I go, listen, Run DMC is great. And something and Grandmaster Flash is great. All that shit is great. But you gotta get a white dude.
A white dude. But the Beastie Boys.
The Beastie Boys came out maybe 2 years later.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I'm like, see? I'm a fucking genius. See, I'm a fucking
even now, like that's what I'm saying. Rap music now, I feel like it's like so oversaturated. I can't even see how people even make money in it at this point. There's so many rappers. Like especially with the internet, which is a great thing to be honest.
It's a great thing. Yeah, I saw a video about this rapper yesterday, and it blew my mind. There's this guy Chance the Rapper.
Yeah, Chance.
I don't know anything about him. Just ever since I got in the podcast, I don't listen to music anymore.
He just won Grammys, man. He's fucking huge.
He was on the Grammys. He did for the White House. Saturday Night Live twice, and he doesn't charge for any of his music.
He don't have a record deal.
So what? He did his own festival where like 50,000 people came, and he just charges for that stuff.
Just the internet.
That's crazy.
It's a whole new world. You know, I still come from that era. Like I said, I've been trying to do it since the late 90s. So I come from that whole different era, you know, of how to do it. But these kids, it's a whole different world with them. Like me, like I always wanted to be on an independent label, kind of, because I knew I could have the freedom I wanted to do with my music that I couldn't do on a major label. Like being signed to I couldn't make the girl songs or the club. Like you got to think the music business is exactly what it is. It's the music business. But I didn't realize that until now I'm kind of got deep in it. And it's like, fuck.
Nobody knows.
Once you get a mortgage and you're like, fuck. You know?
The business side of it is what puts you into shock.
Yeah.
Because guys like you and I started just to get out of what we were doing.
Yeah. It was one point in time in my life I was like, if I could just be able to just support my weed habit and to be able to buy fresh clothes and pay my rent, I'm happy.
I'm good. I'm living this business.
If I could do that rap music, I'm happy with that. I swear.
I thought I was going to travel all the time. I wasn't going to get a residence. I was going to get like a down point, like live with 4 dudes. My plan was to travel 40 weeks a year, no kids, no wife, no family, and just do comedy. But see, now with this Chance guy and guys like yourself with the internet, so your music is free, but you charge on the road.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you get paid for.
That's it.
You get paid for your show.
That's it.
But you know how that is, though. We think about the level of those guys, though. Like they didn't even, they were just getting millions of dollars off their music. Like, we're not making no money off music. The music is the commercial. That's why I call it the commercial. And now you're selling everything else. That's why I'm trying to get more into doing anything else. Like,
And by the way, they just handed him that in this book, like, and perfect, thank you very much. They're like, and can we go to the next kid? The next kid's like, well, I didn't know him that well, but it's a shame the availability of guns in this country. I'm not saying that's what provoked it, but the Secret Service is very brave, and I'm happy to have them. Well, by the way, that thing, I mean, I don't want to go full fucking City here, but like, is this odd? Like, this just is odd when this guy's like, he was a lonely kid. That's sad. I'm not saying that's what provoked you, but it's like, what is this? You're all outcasts. You're all outcasts. Look at you. I believe the text should be interesting and useful. I want to say he was a loner because he was just he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much. So much. 01, give me all of your question. Yeah. Also open. She just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed, his appearance. Contact and cuts this week. Very good. Now, you're doing great research. Like you. If you deliver the line of his appearance, look away. It's very, yes. If you deliver the line, it's bullying, and then let me ask you what, and you know, I want to say something fun, but we don't have to continue to remember. And then you're going to say something about phrase appearance, okay? And then look away. We're going to take this one more time, okay? Everybody on speed, ready? And I mean, it's just, it's global IT meltdown, all because of a company. I'm just kidding. Everything's fine. My president has COVID across the world. Secret Service director chased out by officials have been called to resign. People really want this woman out. They want her out. They're going, get out. So let's watch this. This is a lot of videos today. It's a lot of multimedia, folks. We're in the heat of it. We're in the throes of it. This is the Secret Service director, and let's say people are unhappy. This is exactly what the person is doing. Who is that? Is that Marsha Blackburn? Oh, wow. She's spunky. Tennessee? Interesting. This is exactly what it's going to be. Yeah, I mean, like Alex said on the show, it's like, I feel like if this was what it looks like it was, this won't be the end of it, tragically. And I'm hoping that, obviously, we don't want any, more craziness to happen. But by the way, do you know that they've already apprehended a guy at the RNC that had explosives? A guy with a knife. They're already apprehending this. I mean, it's like they're coming out of the woodwork now. There's a lot of different people. People have been arrested at the RNC, showing up with weapons, showing up. Here you have armed man in ski mask arrested while approaching Republican National Convention perimeter in Milwaukee. He was armed, a man armed with an AK-47 pistol and wearing a ski mask was arrested on Monday, just blocks from the Fiserv Forum where the Republican National Convention is being held in Milwaukee. Inside the bag, police found a gun and a full magazine. His intentions were unclear. So, by the way, it's crazy pandemonium out there. And by the way, when you talk to people about this, people are remarkably calm. And obviously, I'm not saying we all have to lose our minds, but it is interesting. People are very disconnected. People are like, wild times. But that's the most you're getting out of normies about any of this. You're like, what? Wild times. Wild times out there. And you're like, well, maybe this requires more analysis than that. Well, there's some wild times happening. Well, but here this guy is, and they're just coming out of the woodworks, and they've got AK-47s and knives and guns and explosives, and they're all just showing up. CrowdStrike stock fell 11%. They're all just showing up. Now, things are coming back. But this was not hopefully none of this is a plot. None of
this coordinated. None of these people are. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's the case. That would be lovely. But we have the most egregious failure of security. We have the Secret Service. Remember, it's like when Epstein died and they came out and they were like, the guards fell asleep. Remember that? It was like they were like, the guards fell asleep. They were tired. And you go, wait, but there's cameras. Well, they stopped working. It's like they used to put so much work into lying to it. Now there's no work being put into lies. That should have had you the most. The roof was sloped. What do you expect us to do? It's like, bitch, wait, hold on. That's the fuck. It's really amazing that they don't put any work into the lying. They don't put any work into the fucking lying anymore. Man, they used to really come up with fucking good lies. It would take years and years to unravel these lies. Now they just, it's like, it's just completely insane what they're doing. The cameras stopped working, everybody fell asleep. That's what happened. The roof was sloped. Move on. Yes, everybody was enjoying the rally, and then there was this zombie guy with an AK-47 walking around, but nobody noticed him, really. People saw him and yelled about it, but we didn't know what to do. We relied on the local cops. And it was a sloped roof. So we couldn't put anyone on there. We couldn't clear it. Shut up. The president's healthy. Everything's fine. The president is fine. Joe Biden is fine. He's doing well. Now, I don't know how these plots work. I've read lots of books about these things, but I don't really know. I don't know how these things happen. But I imagine that this Secret Service woman, you can see in her face, by the way, and I'm not saying anything negative about her, but you can see in her face that there's some deep conflict, not in that picture, but when she's talking to, who was that, Lester Holt? She on the thing, ABC. When she's talking to him, you can see she's clearly, there's conflict. Play that again. Play that clip again. I want you to look at her. There is something to be gained sometimes from just looking at someone and taking in their cadence, their tone, how they're speaking. And when she's speaking here, you can tell that she's kind of conflicted. She may not know or have known what was going to happen. They may have just, I don't know if she was a pawn here or just, but look at this woman again.
Have been secure, period.
That building in particular has a slope at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that's considered there that we would want to put somebody on a slope roof. And so, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
She looks very kind of compromised. She and obviously it's a serious thing. It's a severe topic. Look at that. Does this look good? Does this look good for anybody? Earlier that day, we did have a Secret Service agent go up to the roof and examine the active blizzard. And I know the blizzards were holding upside down. They're free, actually. Hold them upside down to show that the ice cream was so thick that it won't fall out of the cup. Well, I mean, jokes on us because it was pretty hot that day and the ice cream actually started slipping out of the cup. And it was basically a cup blizzard, not the pieces. The cups are relatively thick. We came out of the cups, so now we just basically have like a milkshake on the roof that got very slippery. So these people that cups as worse. They're creating a hazardous situation. That's the reason the president got shot. That's the reason. Okay? Americans understand that. They're pigs. We're pigs. They don't understand. Well, you know what? That roof was all covered in raisin cane sauce. And it was too slick for anyone to get on. We couldn't get on that roof with raisin cane. See, we had a little Secret Service party. You know how we do. We got there a little early, got some fingers and Texas toast, went up there, got a little crazy. And there was cane sauce all over the roof. It was too slippery. I don't even know how that should be right. I just don't know. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. But I mean, that's people say to me all the time,
you got to do an emergency thing. You got to do a reaction. We did one with Alex. We had 2.5 million views. So far, it was this epic thing. We love Alex for coming on, and we appreciate it. But I mean, what do I have to say? It's the same thing that we've all kind of thought and said, and that's that this isn't fishy, nothing's fishy. If this doesn't smell, what does? If this doesn't, smell like a rat, whatever the term is, if something isn't wrong here, when is it wrong? Something seems like it's very wrong. The Secret Service cannot secure a roof 150 yards from where the president is speaking. Seems like a major fucking problem. 5 days or 4 days or whatever, a week after the debate, where we found out that the incumbent president is in advanced dementia. He's in advanced dementia. It's not like he's has some mix-ups in there. The incumbent president is almost dead. His brain is failing. And the people are like, no, behind closed doors, he's better. He's worse. He's absolutely much worse. That doesn't mean he can't have moments of lucidity. And it doesn't mean he's not a smart guy. It doesn't mean that he can't recall certain things. But it means that he's completely incapable of doing the job of the American president, which is to sell weapons and start wars. That's the job of the American president, is to start wars and then sell weapons to one side or both sides of the war. That's his job. And he doesn't have to do much to do that. This is where he thinks another woman is his wife. Well, he wishes she was his wife. She's not a fake doctor. Yeah. It is all right. She's my wife. That's amazing. Biden's he's literally going, oh, I'll take this one. I'll go with this one. And then he sees Jill and he goes, oh, the old ball and chain. The woman who's making me continue to do this job. I have to show up every day. But, I watch politics like everyone does. We all sit back and we watch it, and it's entertaining to a degree, and also it's also scary. CNN anchor says Trump would find a podium is a bad message. So if I've seen Republicans lose elections, I've seen the Democrats lose elections, and I usually know when they're going to lose. Like when Mitt Romney said that half of America just doesn't want to work or doesn't care, that's when he lost. When the billionaire Mitt Romney or whatever, he was worth a lot of money, maybe not a billionaire, but he was worth a lot of money, and he came out and he was like 47% of this country doesn't even care about anything. That was when he lost. And I feel like this mentality here is why the Democrats are going to lose. This CNN anchor is saying that Trump sent a bad message by saying fight, fight, fight after. And by the way, I think that Trump was in shock. He thought he was dead. He thought he was going to die. Probably thought he was shot fatally. He didn't know. And he said, let me get my shoes. He was out of it. He was in shock. And I think when he said fight, 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 I think he was, which makes Baltimore kind of badass. I think he thought that was the last thing he would ever say that anyone could ever see him. So it was very interesting, I believe, because he didn't know there were shots fired and there was blood. He was in shock. It was all a matter of seconds. He didn't know that. But let's see again the people in CNN who are, again, determined to lose at all costs by historic margin. Let's see this analysis.
I want to say I was going to bed until when I watched the tape, I because of how it's written. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump, as I can say, that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to be sending
That's a great point. He's the president who had just been sending a divisive message. Can you imagine this? The president who had just been shot was involved through the divisiveness, having just been shot. The guy shot He almost died. His bullet missed his head by centimeters. And if you see that thing, it's crazy. Analysis, the bullet going past his head. This guy then gets up and says to his people, fight, fight, fight. He gives us historic photo. I've talked to Ben Rickles about it because this is the most impressive political act I've seen in years. And somebody's on CNN going, actually, how we felt the message was a bit twice. We're actually just throwing it as a word. You know what the wording is? I wish they could have workshopped that a bit as he was being utterly dragged off the stage by the secretary. I wish they could have, I don't know, taking people's temperature. They're trying to take
I love it when it goes, ha, 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 ha.
Create a crowd, confront them, scream, yell, tell them you are not welcome here. That's Maxine Waters. I mean, political violence is never good. It's never the answer. It's not the answer of January 6th. It's not the answer of Antifa. No good comes from attacking innocent people, destroying people's private property, killing people in the streets. Violence is, it's like a cancer. It grows and spreads. It's incredibly, destructive force that cannot be marshaled. And the people that unleash it often can't control it. All these idiot, Congress people, senators, members of the media, when these riots were going on, with George Floyd, they were like, oh, we can control this violence. We can use it for our political ends. We think some of this violence is good. Punch Nazis. We'll decide who's a Nazi. And then you go punch them. Confront these people in the street, do all this stuff. People like me were getting accused. What are you, a Nazi sympathizer? I'm like, no, I just think that establishing a pretty reasonable standard that violence isn't okay, no matter what anyone believes, and that the best way to actually deal with people's beliefs is to ignore them, not attack them violently, or is to present better beliefs that make more sense. And that's how civilization works. Or should. But this whole idea that violence is now
There they are. Heyo. What's going on, big dog?
Yo, Rabbi.
How you living, pimp?
How are you today?
Living the dream. How about you?
Just playing some Once Human with my wife.
Hell yeah. Shout out to your wife. Shout out to Once Human. What's good?
Three laptops are fucking mad. You got it all, bro.
Word, dog. Biggest event in global history. Absolutely. Well, feel free to chill. Do whatever you like. And I am just listening to a podcast. I'm listening to Joey Diaz. You know who that is? Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
Not right off the top of my head.
He's on the Joe Rogan experience quite often.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah. I didn't know his name. I know his face. Played in The Sopranos. Played the...
He was actually in the Many Saints of Newark. A lot of people think he's the guy who played Big Pussy, but he did not. Vincent Pastor or something like that is that guy. But Joey Diaz did play in the Sopranos prequel known as The Many Saints of Newark. His name, I believe, in that movie is Big Buddha. or something Buddha. But yeah, we're just chilling, watching that. And so here, check it out. Here we go. Joey Diaz, everyone.
It's hard to understand you because you're getting picked up. It's picking you up on two different mics.
All right.
So the one that's furthest away from you, like that you can see the whole stream.
Yeah.
When you talk, it picks it up twice.
Okay.
So it's like all I can catch is the very first few words you say, and then the last few words you say.
Okay. I'll mute this one. I'll just say before it though that I was just watching Joey Diaz podcast. That's all.
Nice.
Just one more.
Solution, I would say, just wait for an update for the app because, again, there are many people using YouTube. I have not heard of a widespread heat issue with the YouTube app on the iPhone, but if you are using it a lot, yes, especially in the summer, it would cause your phone to heat up. The 88 battery percentage is a little concerning. That is a lot, but it depends on what you're doing on your phone. If you're using YouTube a lot of the time. Thanks for
Here, I'll share my screen for you.
Oh, please do.
You want to watch what I'm playing?
Word. I do. All right, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to have it take over my screen. Excellent. I see you. You're running around. Okay. I'm going to do play-by-play for a little bit. You're running around. It's a jungle. Oh, got the scope. Got the scope. Scoping it. Oh, dude. Taking out a guy. Uh-oh. Taking fire. You got him. Very good. Does it tell you that the guy died?
Yeah, it gives me like a little X, like a red X or something. Like watch the crosshair. White X, red X.
Baller. Ooh. Wow. You're doing really well. I believe that's 3 kills.
I'm a level 34 and these guys are level 17.
Superior. Let's see. Go up the ladder. Go up the ladder. Get up there. Hell yeah.
Get onto that ship.
Word.
Hey, is this the ship you were having issues getting on? Yeah, no, it's this tower.
Oh, tight. Can you jump up? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, so in this game you're a metahuman, and this is like that guy's called V, and he's a good deviant.
So, are you on the same team as your wife?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Makes it easier.
Right now, she's doing something while I do something, and we're gonna go fight another boss. They're out of silo. Just want to make sure there's no other loot on this ship.
Could there be other bad guys? Could there be other bad guys on this ship?
There might be other bad guys on the ship,
Okay.
but I doubt it. Don't want to swim across because of crocodiles, but I guess I have to.
Oh, dog, they have crocodiles. That's crazy. Go, 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 go. Can you see a crocodile?
I do not see any.
All right, good job. Back on the beach. Now you're going to go whoop some ass. There's another guy. Go fuck yourself. We're level 37s here. fucking 17s. Get the fuck out of here. 37s for life.
No, that guy's level 17.
Yeah, that guy sucks. 37s rock. Fuck you. This is 37. Fuck you. You're another 17, you little bitch. 37s rule, dog.
Hey, I'm kind of cheating too because this is like a low level mission. Like, so here, let me go to my task. It's recommended level 12, right?
Dog, you're dominating
I
this
just
shit.
like grinded bosses and like the main quest, and then doing commissions, and I ended up leveling up really fast. And I also unlocked a lot of stuff in the metrics, so I almost have tungsten armor piercing ammo. And once I get that, these guys are going to be like 1 or 2 shots. If that, just one.
Hell yeah. 37 for life. Whooping on 17s. Little bitches. All right, here you are jumping over the railing. Now you're getting some loot. Now you got that little firebird thing. Jumping over another railing. Another railing. Shooting motherfuckers like it's your job. Shooting that motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. Shooting that motherfucker. They don't even know. 37s for life. Oh, there's another guy. Oh, taking some heavy fire. Oh, ended that person. Ended them. Oh, easy shots. Easy kills. Dead. Easy. Wow. You are just terrorizing people. You are terrorizing people. Dog. You are dominating. You don't have a single death yet. Oh, my word. I thought you were going to die.
Yeah, I got some pretty good armor on.
Oh, got that right. Oh, there's another guy. No, behind the glass. Hell yeah.
There's something up here. Yeah, that's right. Medical records.
Hell yeah.
He's going to talk about this major IT outage we experienced this week. John, thanks for coming. So, let's see, John, you've got 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube.
Did you create your Fiverr account?
I did create one. I haven't made a profile.
Very cool.
I haven't put any.
I gotcha. Good on you for creating the account. That's the first step. All right, here you are on the second level, shooting motherfuckers like it's your job. You're stealing all this shit. No.
Make it up over there now.
Oh, dog. He's on the catwalk. He's an easy target up here. Oh, he's got the Firebird. I call it the Firebird. What's that thing called?
His name's V, and he's a deviant, but a good deviant.
Hell yeah, a V. I call him V the Firebird. He's a deviant. What a good deviant. End this motherfucker.
How do I get into this building? Oh, that must be
from the roof. The roof. The roof is on fire. Firebird, V, the deviant, a good deviant. Big spool.
Okay, now I'm confused, right?
Yeah.
They're in there. Where's the door?
I just think it's very cool that you and your significant other bond over this game. That's amazing. Shout out to video games bringing people together.
Two posters that are split in half. Right there.
That one, right there.
What the actual fuck? Who would have ever guessed that?
There you go. Ninja route.
Yeah, it's a one-time mission. It's the storyline. It's all obtained. And all that. So now, it's over.
Uh-oh. Who's there? Peace out, Girl Scout.
Yeah. D-E-A-D, dead.
Word.
Wait, I feel I'm having the wrong way.
sell, but it's one by one manual effort. That's why all of their techniques are how they're off. Could something like this happen with our iPhones or Androids or Mac or Linux computers? Yes, is again the short answer, but let me add the little disclaimer and asterisk because it does depend. Varies. Us using the technology that's provided by the vendor company and folks maybe making that hardware and software, there's trust. There's a certain layer of understanding and hope that that will be done the right way. But accidents like this can happen. It's funny, you normally have a conversation with the business owners or system administrators actually using automatic updates and applying patches as they're released. And normally you have the conversation with the onus and responsibility on them, the end user. But in this case, it was ultra provided. And that is what made this quite disaster. Okay, so for the average person, we're going to wrap this up. I know people get scared to do updates in general because it changes the way their computer works or changes the way their phone works. And, but they do contain software or security updates. So what's your advice to people? Should they be hesitant to do these updates like the day they come out, or are we still okay? And this was kind of a fluke. Look at me, old confident here. Without a doubt, you still absolutely should be applying those automatic updates and getting the new patches as they're released. I think the best that we can, because look, that is going to improve your security posture and have a better defense. But we should do some strategic planning. So I'm thinking, can we get ahead of this? If we were ever prepared for a situation like this, do we know who to call? Do we have our checklists and documentation outlined? Let's say operating procedure that we can roll with. That's the best we can do to try to prepare for what we might not realize we have to prepare for. All right, John, I see why you've got nearly 2 million views on YouTube. You explain stuff in a very clear and easy to understand method. How can folks follow you online? Well, thank you so much. Hey, you can track me down. I am on YouTube, just my name, John Hammond. And you will track me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and I'm out there. Don't hesitate. Happy to be a friend. All right, there you have it. Thanks for joining me, John Hammond, Hammond, Principal Security Researcher at Huntress. Coming up, more on your calls at 888-RICH-101. That's 888-742-4101. Plus, it's the end of an era for a technology. I'll tell you which one. Rich here, Rich on Tech on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Jackie Ray live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The San Juan Creek Trail in Orange County will be closed for the next 2 weeks while a new railroad bridge is being built. Orange County Transportation Authority says people who usually use the trail will have to find an alternate route. Texas Democratic Representative Sheila Jackson has died. Jackson served in the House since 1995. She was 74 The conviction of a woman wrongfully convicted of murder in Missouri has been overturned, and she's now walking free. Dr. Hemmy was released after hours of a bench strike to hold the state's attorney general in contempt if he can.
There's just a bad echo.
Let's go to an accident in Oklahoma City on the 405.
Hey, so I got a question, Rabbi.
Go for it.
Oh, you're muted.
Go for it.
Are you Jewish?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Were you raised, like, born into it? Or did you convert?
I did not convert. I became more religious later in life. I really became religious around the year 2016. I started going to more and more religious classes, at least 3 times a week at yeshiva, which is a Jewish place of learning. I would learn essentially scripture, we call it Chumash, on Tuesdays, and Gemara, which is Talmud, on Thursdays, plus additional study on Fridays and Saturdays. And after about 4 years of that, every single week, without missing, during the pandemic, some people from my synagogue recommended that I study under a rabbi in Israel, and then eventually became a rabbi during the pandemic. And since then, went on this lifelong journey to live stream my life. And while I'm not a congressional rabbi currently, one day I believe I'll be able to be. So are we looking? We're looking at a map here.
Yeah. So these blue dots are tasks.
Okay.
Are missions.
Okay.
You can do to level up, and I need to go through and complete them all. Like there's one right here, recommended level 6. I'm gonna go through and just totally decimate all these lower level missions. Rack up a bunch of points, bunch of gear. Like I got a lot of them done over here. It's only this one, and then yeah, there's only one on my screen right now, and then one down here. I guess I have them all done over here, or they don't unlock until I do different ones. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 missions I can do.
Which one are you going to do? You know how we had that discussion recently regarding...
What was that?
You know how we had that discussion recently regarding...
I can barely hear you.
Just for a minute.
Website for the show is richontech.tv. While you're there, you can sign up for my newsletter.
Do you remember we had that discussion regarding gravity batteries?
Yeah.
I put that in my recent AMA as a topic that I addressed. So if you're interested, take a look. It is in the link that I sent you. I've got over 300 questions that I've answered in there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at your Reddit.
I appreciate
dude,
that.
426 comments. That's actually a lot of engagement.
Doug, Orion, you're so sweet. I just answer my own questions.
It's all you.
Word. That's 100% right. No, not all me, but a lot of it. This is a really interesting thing. One of the people, I was posting on Reddit, and somebody asked me, "Hey, Rabbi, why do you just self-promote on Kick all day? Why don't you come to our Discord and tell us about your project, basically?" So I hop in there, I win them over, they become big fans, and then you'll actually see in the Reddit where they're like, "Oh, you've got that dog in you, Rabbi. You've got that drive," which is a cool thing to see. You start off with a hater, and you win them over.
Yeah, Exodus was super excited about finding you.
Oh yeah, exactly. It was Exodus. That's right.
Hey, would you be down to be interviewed by a bunch of streamers?
Yeah, potentially.
Alright. That was another thing Exodus was wondering.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what you need is an adapter, and you need a
Shit. I don't think it's got enough fields for my bike.
So if you go on Amazon,
Okay. So you're talking about your motorcycle, right?
Yeah. Because I put all my fuel back in my base.
Okay. So even though your wife and you are on the same team, this is not co-op, correct?
It doesn't have to be. But since her and I are on the same team, if we go into a silo or a boss, we have to fight with each other.
Oh,
right?
okay. Wait, you have to fight with each other, but not against each other, just against the bad guy.
Yeah, against the bad guys. We're on a PvE server, so that's player versus environment. PvP is player versus player, and that is a lot worse. I mean, how do I say this? I don't know.
flash drive on one side and USB-C on the other side. Anywhere from $6 to $10 solves all of your problems. I think you said you had a conundrum. Your conundrum is solved quite easily.
All right, here we are driving this motorcycle off-road, doing our best to avoid any kind of object. Not sure how much gasoline we have remaining. We're now going through what seems to be like a abandoned ghost town. Now we're cruising out of town. Oh wow, that just popped out of nowhere. Uh-oh. You're good. You got it. Boy, you got that head.
The miracle will only appear as soon as the moon rises. Wait until nightfall. It's try your luck.
Isn't it nightfall?
How do I do the emoji? Yeah.
Cellular connection, you're saying? Okay, because I was going to say, on the Samsung, there is a routines. Yeah, sorry. There is a routines functionality on the Samsung where you can actually have your device disconnect from the Wi-Fi network, and you can manually connect when you want it, when you want to use that. So that's one option. I don't know what your data plan is like, but so the only thing I would do is maybe troubleshoot the connection. Can you make any voice over IP calls? Like, can you try like a
I just heard this weird faint growl in my headset.
Is there a bear?
There's wild boars, wolves.
Alligator or crocodile?
Yeah, crocodiles. Look at these little rabbits.
Traffic, and that's my hunch. It's the only thing I really think of. The other thing I would do is maybe talk to some of your colleagues if they have an iPhone and say, hey, do you use Wi-Fi calling? Is it turned on? A lot of people don't even know. You ask them.
Pick up some more fuel.
It's set up. But it sounds like it's something that's being blocked at the network level. There really should be a reason.
Welcome. How you living? What's good, baby?
I missed you. I want to introduce my friend to you. He's another streamer.
Excellent.
Here he is. His name's Hems. He wanted to meet you.
One moment.
And also, me and you, Rabbi, we're like best friends.
Oh, definitely. Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you, Hems? Excellent. Here we go, baby. You ready for my spiel? Absolutely. Hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event in global history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king, and The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data is Earth's #1 resource. And if that's true, I may perhaps be a very important person today because I have more data archived on YouTube than any person. In addition to world peace, we want to help with world hunger through vertical farming, through cloud seeding, and through vertical farming, and hydroponics. And we want to help world thirst through digging of wells, through desalination plants, and through life straws. This is essentially a time capsule for the world, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. With that, apologies for all the feedback. You got it. Word, dog. I got you. I've got 4 different cameras going right now in this one little room. Just one moment.
Rabbi, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So basically, this is my friend Hems, is another kick streamer in the chat.
Excellent.
What do you guys look from us at?
11. 12. Dude, I've been live in your Discord now for more than 2 months. Just a moment. I know I've got so much feedback. It just drives everybody crazy. Okay, this should be better now. Hims, I apologize. Okay. So yeah, I do. I think about you all the time. I talk about you pretty often. So a lot more streamers have been inviting me into their Discord and doing interviews and podcasts and stuff. And I get asked who my favorite streamers are, and I always mention you. I was in someone's stream recently as well, and they're like, who streams do you normally stream? And they found that I am in several people's Discords, and I definitely named you. I named Shafed. I named Aiden Ross, because those are the big ones where I'm always basically in yours and always in Aiden Ross's.
Rabbi, do you use me as a test rat?
I would never use someone as important as you as a test rat or an example or any of the above. You are prime time.
Thanks, Rabbi.
Hey, I have some big questions for you. Have you seen my AMA?
I had a little skin pro. I'm not intelligent at rating.
Dog, you should see. There's a link in there. It's a spicy link for my Instagram. Look out.
What's on the Instagram?
Spicy Instagram.
Word, dog. I have my sex tape on there. Dog, I've got my sex tape on there. It's live on Instagram. Find it.
I don't think I want to find it, Rabbi. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm telling you, once the internet knows that it exists, it's gonna explode. I'll tell you. Oh, definitely. I'll tell you what. Some kick streamers have already seen it and publicly said that they think I'm well endowed. I tell them that I am just average. Just ask LeBron. Yo, what up, Diddy? So you've got that and a bunch of other really exciting things. So I understand, Orlando Jet. If you haven't had the chance to read through it, please do. It's amazing. And then ask your own questions in there, and I'll do my best to answer them. Excellent.
We haven't moved to Australia.
Hell yeah.
Really, dude, we can be butt buddies. We can sleep in a bed together and chat.
Absolutely. Bunk beds. How about bunk beds?
Yeah, bunk beds.
Excellent. So let's talk about some of the things that we discuss on this stream and hopefully are of interest to him. In addition to live streaming my life 24/7, 365, we talk about some really interesting things like what? Like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about mind uploading technology. Hims, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
No.
It's a wild thing, but I have the gift to be able to tell you I don't think you're going to die, and here's why. You're already a streamer. You're already on Kick. Kick is just in its infancy. Give this 10 years, and you will be multi-millionaires, perhaps billionaires someday. Everything will be monetized. You're a big deal already. You're just going to continue to be a big deal. You'll be able to pay for some of this technology perhaps in the future and be able to not only use life extension technology to live longer than perhaps 80 to 100 years old, but you may be able to eventually have your brain scanned for upload into a computer for later download into an avatar, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an avatar of yourself, whatever you want to be. Or you just may want to say, I want to die, Rabbi, and then, you just have a temporary life. But what we're discussing here is essentially digital immortality, and that's a really exciting premise.
Yeah, I agree. Sure.
Excellent. Another thing that we talk about.
He's a little bit slow.
No, he's not. It's not. It's just a big topic.
He's still in the matrix, unlike me and you.
Okay, excellent. Another thing that we talk about, and I'm really serious about this. I talked to someone about it recently, and it has changed their life and their outlook. They lost their parent while they were a child, and I explained to them that under normal conditions, perhaps that death would be permanent. But I am someone who thinks that perhaps using technology, we might be able to overcome some of these previous challenges. And I've written on this as well, but essentially there's a type of technology where you take the DNA from someone and also images of them from a photograph. And what you're able to do is basically use different layers of the photograph to peel them back to eventually be able to map their brain very, very specifically using that photograph. So what you do is you take their DNA, put it in a machine, essentially create a clone of them, and then using the photographs, rebuild their central nervous system to the point where you basically recreate them. That's amazing. Well, I don't know what Orlando Jet's saying because you seem pretty quick, in my opinion. Orlando Jet, what are you saying that my man over here isn't quick? That's a lot to digest, and he just took it down perfectly. Orlando Jet, just give him.
He took it all down perfectly.
He absolutely did. Okay, Orlando Jet, we can't hear you, my man. What up, bro? Hey, girl. So, we couldn't hear what you were saying. Go ahead.
I was wanted to ask you a question about
saw a tweet on Twitter. It's about it was like a video and shit. It was like a walrus had sex with a penguin and shit. I was asking, what do you think about that?
Yeah, great question. Okay, so I'm all about hybrids. What do I mean by hybrids? There's some really exciting hybrids out there, like the liger or the tigon. The liger is the largest of the feline family, essentially of the big cats. It is the mix between, I believe, a male lion and a female tiger, something like that. And a tigon is a male lion and a male tiger and a female lion, along those lines. So there are some ways to crossbreed different animals. Additionally, like crocodiles and alligators. All crocodile can basically interbreed. We've had interbreeding between the American alligator and the Cuban alligator. We know that basically canine breeds can interbreed, and then that gets us into bigger questions regarding humans and our ability to perhaps interbreed. I don't know if anybody's heard about this, but there was a project that was really a lot of energy was invested about a century ago by the Soviets, but then also by the Chinese, and this was a project known as the Human Z. Has anyone ever heard of the Human Z? The Human Z is a purported hybrid between a human and a chimpanzee. Basically, you take the egg of a human and sperm of a chimpanzee, incubate it, and allegedly there's some type of perhaps hybrid that can be made. Apparently, there were major pushes to do this in the Soviet Union around the 1920s and again in China in the 1960s. But this just shows you that anything's possible, perhaps, when it comes to these hybrids. If there's nature stopping us from creating a hybrid currently, that doesn't mean that we can't overcome the challenges in the future to create a hybrid, perhaps, of anything. That could mean some really good things for humanity. Perhaps we might be able to create artificial organs for ourselves, or perhaps be able to use some of the technology that we glean to extend our lives. So I think the idea of hybrids are quite interesting.
What are your thoughts on Donald Trump getting shot?
That's an excellent question.
Mighty amazing way.
Absolutely. So I don't believe the official story, and I'm not afraid to say it. I've watched a lot of videos. You have to look at the person who is apparently on the water tower, who takes shots and then uses a zip line to escape. It's pretty apparent that somebody was on the water tower. You can see them in video. So that's at least a second shooter. There are all kinds of strange things when it comes to perhaps like people signaling. Obviously, the Secret Service cannot be trusted by the American people. The Secret Service is essentially an arm of the Department of Homeland Security, which is essentially, part of the nanny state. So if I were Donald Trump, I would do my best to get private security, and I would be pretty safe in the future. I would have bulletproof glass in a lot of places. I know he probably isn't going to do that, but I would fear for my own life. If they took a shot at me and it hit my ear, that's pretty close. I don't want him to get any closer.
I saw on Twitter saying that the guy that shot him, the last thing they said before they went and did it was that they're looking at porn.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. That's probably like 25% of Americans. What's going on, Brad? That was the last thing that happened before it happened? Welcome, Brad. How are you? Hey, I don't know if you've been to my Discord before. There are about 500 VCs available. I'm glad that you're in this one. But if you want, you can take a look. All of the chats for most of the VCs have a little blurb about what they're about. So it might be interesting to you. Feel free to check it out.
question is very important.
Go ahead.
What do you rate Brad Richardson from 1 to 10?
He's an 11 as well. Yeah, he's definitely tied, and I think anyone with good taste could see why he's tied with him. You have to stay in this Discord more often. Once you get into this, if you're coming in a couple times a week, you'll be into that 12, 13 range.
Am I 12 already?
You are 12. You're bringing people in here. That's definitely a way to solidify 12.